They say the woods don't keep secrets, but the rangers do. Every trail has a story. Some are written in reports. Others are whispered between shifts. These are the ones they don't talk about after dark. You've entered the part of the forest where even the brave don't linger. Listen closely. Some of these voices never made it back. My name is Mara Ellison, and I have hiked alone for most of my adult life. It's not an act of defiance or courage, just a preference. I find a kind of clarity in the silence between trees, in the rhythm of my boots on rock. That quiet is something I crave more than company. But even now, months after it happened, I'm still trying to understand how silence itself turned against me. How something as simple as a wrong turn could narrow into the longest night of my life. I was deep in the Sawtooth Range in central Idaho, early September, that fragile cusp before the first mountain snow. My plan had been modest. A 3-day loop from Iron Creek trailhead to the upper basins near Sawtooth Lake, a route I'd done once before with friends. I had an extra day built in to linger around one of the smaller, unnamed tarns north of the lake. A place I'd marked years ago on a topo map but never reached. When I set out that morning, the air was sharp and the light almost metallic. The trail wound through pine and granite, rising steadily, switchbacks biting into my legs. By midday, I'd made it past Sawtooth Lake itself, mirror flat, deep blue, cold enough to steal your breath even in summer. Beyond it, the crowds thinned. The switchbacks gave way to broken ridgelines and talus fields. The kind of terrain where you can't walk more than a few steps without watching your footing. That's where I saw it. What looked like a faint shortcut down toward the next basin, a line of loose rock tapering into a shadowed chute. It wasn't on my map, but I thought I could shave an hour or two by cutting diagonally instead of looping the long ridge. The slope didn't look bad from above, steep, but manageable. I'd done worse in the Rockies and the Cascades. Still, as I adjusted my pack and started down, the first stones skittered beneath my boots, bouncing and clicking down the slope like warning shots. The ground was a sheet of scree, a mosaic of sharp shale and loose gravel balanced on angles that promised nothing solid. Within minutes, the trail above me vanished. The slope widened, then funneled into a narrow descent between cliffs. I crouched low, testing each step. The sun had dipped behind a ridge, flattening the light into gray. And suddenly I couldn't tell where the slope ended, or if it did at all. I thought of turning back, but when I looked up, the distance I'd come was already unstable. Rocks had shifted beneath my ascent path. Each time I tested the ground, it threatened to move. That's when the slide started. It wasn't dramatic. No roaring avalanche. No cinematic collapse. Just a slow hiss, a gathering undercurrent as the scree began to flow like liquid. I tried to brace with my hands, but my palms slid, scraping raw against the rock. My pack tugged me backward. Before I could dig in, I was sliding. Feet first, then sideways. A rush of dust and stone filling my throat. I remember the sound most clearly, a low grinding that drowned my own breathing. When it stopped, everything was still. I was wedged on a ledge about 10 feet wide, hemmed by vertical granite above and below. Dust hung in the air like smoke. My legs trembled uncontrollably, the kind of tremor you can't stop even when you tell yourself to. My left wrist ached from the fall. I unbuckled my pack, set it beside me, and leaned back against the rock, trying to breathe. Below me, the slope dropped into shadow, a sheer fall I couldn't measure. Above, the way back looked nearly impossible. I could see where the scree had broken loose, the slide smoothing the path into a slope of bare dust. I shouted once, more from instinct than hope. The echo came back thin and late. I checked my watch, 5:42 p.m. I'd been planning to make camp by 6. The temperature was already dropping fast. I told myself it was fine. I'd assess, take my time, climb back carefully. I'd done riskier things, so I tried, hand over hand, gripping small fractures in the granite, shifting my weight slowly upward. But each time I moved, gravel gave way. My boot slipped once, sending a cascade of stones down into the dark. The sound went on too long before fading. I climbed maybe 10 feet before the rock face turned slick, worn smooth by meltwater. My wrist screamed each time I pulled. I realized then that going higher wasn't just hard. It was suicidal. I climbed back down to the ledge, legs shaking so badly I almost missed my footing. By the time I reached my pack again, dusk had settled, the light gone from silver to blue. I dug out my headlamp, gloves, and thermal jacket. The moment I switched on the light, the beam cut through the air and caught dust still drifting. A storm frozen mid-motion. It looked almost alive. I took stock, 1 liter of water, a half-empty Nalgene of electrolyte mix, a freeze, dried meal I couldn't cook without the stove I'd planned to use at camp, a small emergency blanket, and my phone. No signal, of course. Even offline GPS showed me as a single blue dot floating in a blank space. The cold settled in like weight. The stone leached warmth faster than I could replace it. I sat against the wall, wrapping the blanket around my legs, counting my breaths, telling myself this was temporary. I'd wait out the night, climb up at first light, get back on the trail. That was the plan. But plans shrink at night. They fold into smaller and smaller thoughts until all you have left is now. The wind picked up around 10. It funneled through the chute with a hollow whistle, sometimes sharp enough to sound like voices. I turned my headlamp off to conserve power, and the dark closed in like water. My ears filled with the sound of loose pebbles shifting somewhere above. Once, something clattered down near my boot. Small, deliberate. I turned the light back on, pulse spiking, and scanned the slope. Just rocks, shadows, and a few tufts of mountain grass clinging to cracks. I told myself the cold was making me jumpy. But the longer I sat there, the more the dark seemed to move. Shapes reassembled when I blinked. My breath fogged the beam of my light and drifted upward, fading into the night air. Hours blurred. I must have dozed, because when I opened my eyes, the moon had climbed above the ridge. The light washed everything silver, sharp-edged, unreal. My fingers were stiff, my toes numb inside my boots. The ache in my wrist had settled into a deep throb. I adjusted my pack and found my water, bottle crusted with frost at the mouth. That's when I noticed the ledge wasn't as wide as it had seemed. A thin line of gravel along the edge had crumbled away, leaving less than a boot's width between me and the drop. I hadn't moved, but the mountain had. I stood slowly, bracing my palm against the granite. The sound of stone shifting beneath me was soft but unmistakable. A tiny exhale, like the earth giving up. I backed toward the wall, trying to breathe evenly, though every instinct screamed to run where there was nowhere to run. Then, faintly, I saw it light flickering far below. At first, I thought it was a reflection. Moonlight on water, maybe every lake itself. But it pulsed, erratic orange. A campfire, headlamp. The hope rose before I could stop it. I shouted again, voice cracking. No answer. The light flickered once more, then vanished. The silence afterward was enormous. I sat back down, shaking so hard, I had to bite my lip to keep my teeth from clattering. I knew how quickly panic could burn through energy, how fast it could turn rational thought into chaos. I needed to keep still, keep breathing. I watched the horizon brighten faintly. Dawn was hours away, but it was something to look at. Somewhere below, maybe there really was a fire, maybe another hiker, or maybe it had just been a trick of reflection, moonlight on a frozen pool. I told myself that, over and over. But the part I can't explain, what still wakes me, is that the glow had moved uphill. When the first light reached me, I wasn't sure I'd really slept. I must have drifted in and out, though, because my memory of the hours between that vanishing glow and dawn felt fractured, dreamlike. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard gravel shifting somewhere close, as if someone, or something heavy, was moving carefully above. Each time I opened them, nothing had changed but the temperature. The air bit at my nose when I exhaled. Thin frost veiled the inside of my blanket. I blinked until my eyes adjusted. Morning in the Sawtooths doesn't arrive gently. The light comes harsh and fast, bouncing off granite, flattening everything. My ledge was smaller than I remembered, almost insultingly so, a ribbon of stone jutting out from the slope. I flexed my fingers, slow and deliberate. The left wrist was swollen, the joint stiff. I couldn't grip anything tightly without pain lancing up my arm. I'd wrapped it in my bandana during the night, though that had done little more than keep it from swelling worse. My mind went straight to logistics. Climb up or descend? My instincts screamed. Back toward the trail where I'd last felt control. But looking at the face above me, I saw what I'd refused to admit last night. It was nearly vertical now, bare granite slick with frost. No holds that wouldn't shear loose under pressure. I drank sparingly from my Nalgene. The water tasted metallic, dust still swirling in it. Then I checked my phone again, just in case. Still nothing. The map app showed me as a blue dot adrift in pixelated white. No terrain lines, no trail overlay. I might as well have been on another planet. My only chance was down. That was a hard sentence to accept. I looked over the edge, slowly forcing my body not to flinch, and saw that maybe 30 feet below. The slope leveled briefly into another ledge or terrace. It might have connected to something gentler. Maybe a washout or creek, bed leading toward Avery Lake itself. I could see hints of green lower down, which meant vegetation, which meant soil, which meant stability. "All right," I whispered, though the word came out cracked and foreign. Talking kept me anchored. I coiled my rope, the light nylon emergency cord I carried for bare hangs, not climbing, and tied a makeshift harness around my waist. It wasn't proper gear, but I'd repelled worse with less. The problem was my wrist. It would have to bear some weight. I stared at it until I stopped hesitating, then looped the rope around a protruding rock that looked secure enough. The first few feet went fine. The slope was loose but predictable. I kept my center of gravity low, testing each foothold twice before trusting it. Small avalanches of gravel trickled beneath me with each shift. When the rope went taut, I realized how short it was. 50 feet exactly. That left me hanging 5 or 6 feet above the next ledge. I cursed softly and dropped the rest, boots hitting hard. Pain shot up my knees but held. I crouched, breathing through it. The air here smelled different, colder, sharper, with a faint mineral tang. I looked up at where I'd come from and saw the ledge already half collapsed. That simple sight, the space I'd survived now gone, did something strange inside me. It was like watching a door seal shut. The second ledge was wider, maybe 20 feet across, but flanked by sheer cliffs. To my left, a narrow crevice split the rock face, angling down toward where I thought the lake must be. It was barely wide enough for my body, but it offered direction. I slung my pack and squeezed in sideways. The passage was cold and damp. Each movement sent pebbles skittering into unseen depths. My headlamp's beam caught faint moisture on the walls, tiny beads that glimmered before falling soundlessly. The descent was slow, claustrophobic. Twice I had to exhale fully just to wriggle through tighter sections. My jacket snagged on rock edges, ripping once along the sleeve. Then, after me 20 minutes of inching downward, the chute opened without warning into a small basin, a pocket carved into the mountain. Sunlight filtered weakly through the opening above. At its center lay a pool of water so still it looked painted. That was when I realized where I must be. Avery Lake. It wasn't large, maybe 50 yards across, but perfectly round. One of those glacial bowls that seem impossibly placed, as though the mountain had carved itself to hold a secret. The water was dark, glassy, and rimmed with pale stones. For a long moment, I just stood there, dizzy with relief. A place like that meant an exit, maybe even a path around the basin back toward the main trail. I knelt by the edge, cupping the water with my good hand. It was icy enough to numb my fingers instantly. I stayed that way, crouched and drinking, until I noticed how quiet it was. No birds. No wind now that I was sheltered by the rock walls. The only sound came from my breath echoing faintly off stone. Even the water was too still, as if sealed from beneath. I scanned the perimeter. On the far side, a small ledge rose toward a gully. That looked like my best route out. Between me and it lay a field of loose boulders, remnants of rockfall long past. I started across, picking my steps carefully. Halfway through, the ground shifted again. A single boulder shifted beneath my boot and rolled, setting off a chain reaction. I jumped sideways, landing hard, my bad wrist breaking the fall. White pain flared so bright I nearly blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my side at the water's edge. The ripples spread outward in slow rings. For a second I thought I saw something move beneath, something pale gliding deep down. But the reflection of light made it impossible to tell. I sat up, gasping, and cradled my wrist. The joint was useless now, swollen and purple. My rope had snagged somewhere above during the fall. When I tugged it free, it came loose with a sound that echoed longer than seemed possible. I looked toward the gully again. It was steeper than I'd hoped, choked with loose stone. But it was that or stay here, and staying meant freezing once the sun dropped again. As I climbed, the air grew thinner. My pack felt like lead. The slope angled sharply upward, demanding both hands, though I could only use one. I planted my feet, braced against pain, hauled, and paused every few yards to breathe. By mid-afternoon, the light began to fade again. Clouds had gathered over the ridge, flattening the sky into a dull gray. My sense of direction blurred. Up no longer felt like up. Once, when I turned to rest, I saw the lake far below, small and black, and I realized the reflection I'd taken for water shimmer wasn't light at all. It was ice. The surface had frozen again that fast. That thought lodged in me. How the mountain could change minute to minute. How I was nothing to it. Just one more brief disturbance. I pushed on, reaching a shelf that looked stable enough to rest. I sat down hard, chest heaving. From here, I could see the valley floor far beyond, forested and gold with autumn. Civilization might be 10 miles away or 50. I couldn't tell. The wind picked up again, bringing with it a faint whistling. Not voices this time. Just the kind of hollow note air makes when it slides through cracks in stone. Still, after the silence of the basin, it startled me. My nerves were raw, every sense stretched thin. I forced myself to eat, a handful of trail mix that turned to dust in my mouth, and checked my watch. 4:17 p.m. That meant maybe 2 hours of daylight left, less if the clouds thickened. I scanned for shelter. A few yards upslope, a shallow overhang jutted out from the wall. Enough to break the wind, maybe. I crawled toward it, dragging my pack. The space was narrow but dry. I set the blanket down, leaned back, and tried to think of anything practical. Descending further at night was impossible. So I'd rest, conserve heat, and move at dawn again. That was the plan. Simple, focused, rational. Then I saw the footprints. They were faint, half filled with dust, but clear enough to trace boot prints. Same tread pattern as mine, leading out from the overhang toward the slope. I frowned, leaning closer. They stopped at the edge, where the rock began to drop away, and ended abruptly, as if whoever made them had stepped straight off the mountain. A chill went through me, sharp as the wind outside. I counted backward, retracing everything. I hadn't walked that far earlier. I'd come straight from the basin, up through the gully, never once circling this side. I shone my headlamp onto my own boots. The tread matched exactly. My first thought was that I'd made them unconsciously, delirious from exhaustion. But the angle didn't fit. They faced the opposite direction, from where I now sat. The light dimmed, battery flickering. I switched it off, hugging my knees, listening. The whistling had deepened, almost rhythmic now. I told myself it was wind carving through stone. But the sound began to rise, higher and closer, until it seemed to circle the overhang itself. I pressed my back against the wall, eyes fixed on the dark mouth of the slope beyond. The mountain air moved in slow, deliberate gusts. And then, faintly, just once, I heard rock slide against rock, like a single step. When dawn finally came, it didn't feel like salvation, just a thinning of the dark. The wind had died sometime after midnight, leaving behind a silence that was almost worse. I hadn't slept. Every time my eyes closed, I saw that faint outline of footprints at the ledge's edge, perfectly matching mine, pointing outward into open air. The first thing I did was check them again in daylight. They were gone, or maybe just erased by loose dust in the night wind. Either way, the stone was bare now, clean as if it had never been touched. I told myself it didn't matter. The brain makes strange ghosts when it's cold, tired, and hungry. What mattered was getting down. My wrist was nearly useless. The swelling had gone down a little, but the ache felt deeper, closer to bone. I wrapped it tighter, ate what was left of the trail mix, and forced myself to drink the last half of my water. I'd refill once I reached the lower basin, if I ever reached it. The sun was already cutting between the peaks, throwing long gold stripes across the rock. I'd need that light to pick my path. The descent started smoother than I expected. The slope below the overhang curved into a long run of gravel and lichen-covered boulders. The footing was loose but consistent, and the air grew warmer as I dropped lower. I kept my eyes fixed forward, moving slow and steady. The lake, far below, flashed occasionally through gaps in the rock, its surface now a hard sheen of gray ice. By mid-morning, I'd reached a narrow ravine where meltwater had carved a faint trail. The channel was shallow but clear, the water glinting like glass as it cut through granite. I followed it downward, knowing that running water usually meant escape, eventually leading to valleys, creeks, and roads. Every 100 yards or so, I stopped to listen. The stillness was total. Not even the scratch of a pika or chirp of a bird. Just the occasional slide of a pebble somewhere behind me, always too slow, too deliberate. By noon, my legs were trembling from effort. My knees burned, my shoulders ached from balancing the pack, and the altitude had left my head pounding. I found a small, flat spot shaded by rock and rested there, half collapsed, the cold stone leaching heat from my back. That was when I heard the first distinct sound. A sharp clatter, like rock striking metal. It came from above, bouncing through the ravine walls. I froze, scanning upward. Nothing moved. Maybe a fragment of my own gear had slipped loose earlier and fallen now, delayed. Maybe. I stayed still until the sound faded completely, then forced myself to keep moving. Downward, always downward. The terrain shifted again mid-afternoon, opening into a broad slope scattered with stunted pine and thin soil. For the first time since the slide, I could smell vegetation. Damp bark, resin, the faint decay of needles. The relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. The forest meant life. It meant I was close to the valley floor. But the moment I stepped among the trees, everything felt wrong. The ground was soft in a way it shouldn't have been, loose, uneven, as if the earth underneath had been disturbed. I stopped and knelt, brushing the soil with my glove. Beneath the top layer of needles, the dirt was freshly turned, darker and wetter than it should have been this late in the season. I stood again, unease spreading. Around me, the forest floor was scarred with faint impressions. Small slides, shallow trenches that looked like runoff, but were too precise, almost parallel. They ran down toward the lake basin, fading into the brush. I followed them without thinking, curiosity outrunning sense. The grooves led me to a low clearing, maybe 20 feet wide, surrounded by fallen timber. In the middle sat what looked like an old fire ring. Stones blackened long ago, ash scattered thinly by the wind. At first, I thought it might have been made by another hiker, maybe years before. But when I crouched closer, I saw something buried among the ashes. A piece of nylon webbing, scorched at one end. My stomach dropped. I knew that shade of blue. My same model of climbing rope, my same brand. I turned it over in my hand. The frayed end matched the cut I'd made days earlier, back before the descent. That didn't make sense. I'd packed the rest of it myself, and it was still coiled in my pack. I checked to be sure. It was. Intact, dirty but whole. The air around the clearing had gone utterly still. I straightened, scanning the trees, heart slamming in my chest. The slope above was shadowed, but I could feel exposure, like standing under glass, watched from somewhere you can't see. I forced myself to leave. No more detours, no more curiosity. Survival meant motion. As I made my way through the thinning trees, I caught glimpses of the lake again, closer now. The ice on its surface fractured into spiderweb cracks. It looked delicate enough to shatter under a simple step. My plan was simple: skirt the northern shore, find the old trail I'd veered off from, and climb back toward the main ridge. I'd seen enough contour lines on the map to know there was a service road, roughly 8 miles east. If I could reach it by nightfall, I'd be safe. The terrain around the lake was rougher than it looked from above. Fallen rock piled at strange angles, some of it marked by long, fresh scrapes where stone had shifted recently. I picked my way along the slope, moving slow, keeping my balance with my good hand pressed to the rock. The cold had seeped back into the air. When I rounded the final bend, I stopped. There was a tent. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but it was real, a small, olive green backpacking tent pitched just above the frozen shoreline. Its rainfly fluttered faintly in the breeze. A red sleeping bag was half pulled from the entrance, like someone had climbed out in a hurry. I approached carefully, calling out once. My voice bounced weakly across the basin. No response. The tent was half collapsed, its poles bent inward. I crouched and lifted the flap. Inside, everything looked too familiar. Same brand of gear, same model of stove, even the same blue enamel mug clipped to the pack. I reached for it with shaking hands. My initials were carved faintly into the handle ME. I sat back hard, the world spinning. It wasn't possible. I'd never been here before. The sleeping bag was damp and cold, the inside coated with thin frost. No body. No footprints leaving the site. Just mine circling it. I stood there for a long time, the sound of my breathing ragged in the thin air. Eventually, I backed away, slow, careful not to look behind me. The slope above the tent shifted faintly, gravel whispering down. The logical part of my brain kept trying to explain it. Maybe another hiker, another Mara, coincidence of gear and initials. An abandoned setup scavenged from a wreck. But reason doesn't survive long in places like that. The temperature dropped fast as the sun dipped behind the ridge. I could feel the storm moving in, the kind that turns the sawtooths white overnight. I knew I had 1 hour, maybe less, before visibility vanished. I forced myself into motion, following the faint trace of a drainage gully that curved eastward toward the valley. I don't remember the descent clearly after that. Just flashes sliding on loose gravel, the burn of cold air in my throat, the sound of stone collapsing behind me again and again. Once, I fell to my knees in a patch of snowmelt and saw the same faint prints from before. My tread, always mine, leading ahead where I hadn't yet stepped. By the time the ground leveled into pine forest again, dusk had turned the world the color of iron. My limbs were numb. I stumbled until I saw a dark shape through the trees. Wood, squared, unnatural. It was a Forest Service signpost. Weathered, half buried, but there. The letters barely visible through the grime trailhead, Iron Creek, 2.4 miles. I laughed then, a sound that broke into sobbing halfway through. The relief was too sharp, too unreal to hold. I staggered down the path, tripping over roots, until finally, I saw the shimmer of a car windshield through the trees. When I reached the parking lot, it was empty except for my Subaru. Frost glazed the hood, pale as bone. I unlocked it with shaking hands, threw my pack inside, and sat in the driver's seat for a long time without starting the engine. The radio crackled weakly when I turned the key. No stations, just static. My reflection in the window looked gray and foreign. For a second, I thought I saw another shape in the passenger seat. Only a flicker of light, but it was gone when I blinked. I drove back toward Stanley, headlights cutting through falling snow. The road wound along the valley floor, every bend revealing another glimpse of peaks swallowed in storm clouds. I didn't look back. Later, when I told the rangers what happened, they found nothing. No ledge, no chute, no tent by the lake. One of them, A man named Jenkins said the slope near Avery Lake had collapsed years ago after an avalanche, sealing the old descent path completely. There hadn't been a safe route down since. He asked if I was sure about the name. Avery Lake. I said yes. He frowned. Funny, he said. That one's not on any of our current maps. I've checked since then. He's right. The GPS shows no lake where I was, just a blank gray basin high above the Sawtooth Valley. But I remember the water. I remember the ice. And sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still hear the sound of rocks sliding, slow and patient, like something adjusting itself, waiting for me to climb back down. My name is Jake Mendoza, and I've worked search and rescue in the Bitterroot Mountains for 9 years. In that time, I've found lost hikers, avalanche victims, burned out camps, and once, a family dog that had survived 3 weeks alone by chewing through an elk carcass. I've seen both the mercy and indifference of the wilderness. What I hadn't seen, until last spring, was a fire that shouldn't have been burning at all. It started on the second day of a 3-day search. We were called out for a missing hiker, named Ethan Rowe, age 34, last seen 2 days earlier near Blodgett Canyon. The report came in from his girlfriend, who said he'd gone on a solo overnight trip to test new gear. No radio, no satellite beacon, just a printed map and a note saying, "Back tomorrow." I'd seen that kind of optimism before. Usually, it ends with someone cold, scared, and embarrassed. Sometimes it doesn't end with anything at all. Our team of 4 split into 2 groups. I was paired with Lindsay Harkins, a former firefighter who joined SAR 2 years back. She had the kind of practical calm that only comes from having watched things burn and learning to keep moving anyway. We set out from the canyon's west ridge. Just after sunrise, the air crisp and wet, the snowmelt feeding invisible trickles down every slope. Early spring in the Bitterroots is deceptive. Sunlight through tall pines, birds waking up, but the ground is a mess of thawing mud and slick granite. You go down wrong, you'll slide 50 feet before you stop. By mid-morning, we'd covered the map trails and moved into backcountry. The trees grew dense, the wind constant. Every few hours, we'd radio the other team, Mark and Dalia, to report bearings. Nothing unusual, no boot tracks, no camp remnants, just the wide, unbroken quiet of the woods. Around 1 in the afternoon, we stopped near a ridge overlook to eat. Lindsay was scanning with her binoculars when she said, "Got smoke." I looked up. Sure enough, a thin column was rising maybe 2 miles north, wavering through the tree line. Too steady to be a brush fire, too light to be a structure burn. Campfire smoke. Could be Ethan, I said, already rolling my map open. Could be, she answered. Could also be someone else breaking fire rules. Either way, worth checking. I radioed Mark, gave him the direction and approximate distance. He said they hadn't seen any sign from their side. We agreed to converge from opposite bearings, cutting time in half. Lindsay and I started downhill toward the smoke. The terrain was uneven. Fallen pines, slick rock, and deep patches of snow where shade lingered. Every step felt like we were moving through multiple seasons at once, spring underfoot, winter on our sleeves. The smoke kept visible most of the way, which was strange. Usually you lose sight of it as you dip through ridges, but this stayed just high enough to see, like whoever had made it wanted to be found. We reached the base of a long slope around 3. The smoke was close now, maybe half a mile. I smelled the faint, sweet tang of burning pine mixed with damp earth. It should have been comforting. Instead, it prickled something under my skin. The forest grew quieter. Even the wind seemed to die off. Smells old. Lindsay muttered. What do you mean? Not fresh. Like wet wood. Like it's been sitting. We slowed down, keeping low as we moved. SAR protocol doesn't usually require stealth. But you learn not to announce yourself in the backcountry until you're sure what you're walking into. The first thing we saw was a fire ring. Stones blackened with soot, a small column of smoke curling up from dying embers. No tent, no pack, no visible prints. Just the remains of what had been a proper campfire. One that looked several days old. Lindsay crouched near it. Still warm, she said, hovering her palm above the coals. Someone kept feeding it, I said. Recently, we circled the site. A few items lay scattered nearby. A tin mug, a half melted lighter, and a section of tarp half buried in pine needles. But no sign of Ethan, or anyone. Then I noticed something else, the fire pit stones. They were arranged with a precision that didn't fit the haphazard way most campers work. Each rock equidistant, flattened edge inward, a faint ring of ash marking symmetry. Someone took their time here, I said. Lindsay nodded slowly. Or they've been here a while. The forest beyond the camp was oddly still, as though the trees were listening. I took a few photos, marked GPS, and we called it in. Mark and Delia were still 2 hours out from the other side. We decided to stay and keep the smoke alive for visibility. While Lindsay gathered kindling, I did a perimeter check, circling about 100 yards out. That's when I'd found the boot prints. They led from the north, faint but visible in the damp soil. Standard hiking tread, mid-size, maybe Ethan's. I followed them about 30 yards before they stopped abruptly near a fallen pine. Past that, nothing. No scuff marks, no continuation. Just vanished. When I got back, Lindsay had the fire going again. She looked up from the flames and frowned. You okay? You're pale. Prints just end over there, I said. Like he was lifted out. She gave a short laugh, not quite amused. Maybe snowmelt covered the rest. Maybe. But I'd checked for runoff. The ground was dry. We stayed by that fire for an hour, waiting for Mark's group. The smoke climbed straight up into the pale sky. No wind to bend it. I remember the smell. It didn't shift as wood burned. Usually, you get that smoky sweetness that changes as fuel goes. This stayed identical, heavy and sour. Around 5, Mark radioed they were close. We packed up to move toward the ridge when Lindsay stopped, squinting downhill. There, she said softly. Through the trees another column of smoke was rising, fainter, darker. Not far. Maybe less than a mile south. I stared. That wasn't there before. No, she said. It wasn't. Mark came through the radio again, asking if we'd lit a secondary fire for signaling. When we said no, he paused. Then someone else did. We can see it too. We decided to rendezvous halfway between both fires. As we moved, Lindsay and I kept glancing back. The first smoke plume was still visible through the pines. Then, without warning, it thinned and vanished completely, as if the air had swallowed it. The second fire took longer to reach. We followed the scent before we saw it, an acrid mix of char and something else, faintly metallic. When we arrived, dusk had already started to fall. This camp was older. The stones were half buried, the circle overgrown. But there was still smoke, rising from somewhere within the ashes. And this time, there was something else. An old, scorched kettle sitting in the coals, its handle twisted from heat. I nudged it with my boot. The metal groaned but didn't shift. Inside was a thick residue of tar, like ash. Lindsay's voice was low. "This one's been here for years. Then why's it still burning?" She didn't answer. Mark and Delia reached us just before dark. We recapped both sites, logged coordinates, took photos. Mark, the veteran of our team, said quietly, "Let's not camp here tonight." We hiked back north about half a mile and set up near a small creek clearing. I went to radio HQ but couldn't get a signal, just static bursts. Even the emergency frequency was cutting in and out. After dinner, the forest turned black quick. We sat around our own fire, the only honest one in miles, trading guesses about Ethan's route. Mark thought he'd tried to descend too far into the ravine. Delia said maybe he got injured. Lindsay kept quiet. When I finally asked what she thought, she just stared into the flames and said, "You ever notice how smoke carries memory?" I frowned, meaning, she poked the fire. "It always smells different depending on what burned. Pine, paper, people. It keeps it. You can tell the story by the scent." There was a long pause. I wanted to tell her the smoke from the first sight didn't smell like pine or paper. It smelled faintly like something that had no business being in the woods. Synthetic, old, and stubborn. Instead, I said nothing. That night, I woke to the smell again. The air in the tent was cold, but the scent of smoke had thickened. Coming from downhill, faint but definite. I slipped out, boots crunching the frost. Through the trees, in the direction of the old camp, I saw it again, a small, steady orange glow. Low and pulsing like breath. I called for Lindsay, but she was already awake, standing near the tree line, staring the same way. She didn't speak, and neither did I. The glow flickered once, twice, then vanished, leaving only darkness and the sound of the creek. I didn't sleep much after that. The smell of smoke clung even when the air turned still. Every time I closed my eyes, I half expected to see that faint orange flicker back to life through the trees. But morning came slow and gray, and the forest looked exactly as it should. Quiet, cold, innocent. We packed camp early. Mark brewed instant coffee, muttering about temperature drops overnight. Delia went to refill bottles from the creek. Lindsay kept to herself, tightening her boot laces with that distant that got when something bothered her, and she didn't want to name it yet. When we regrouped, she said, "We should check that old camp again before we move south." Mark frowned. "We already logged it." "Yeah, but it was still burning last night," she said. Or something was. Delia looked up from her pack. "You sure it wasn't moonlight?" There wasn't a moon. No one argued after that. We went. The forest felt heavier going back. The kind of silence where sound doesn't disappear but sinks. Even our footfalls seemed quieter, like the ground had softened overnight. When we reached the clearing, it looked exactly as we'd left it, stones half buried, kettle blackened, ash cold. But the smell hadn't faded. If anything, it was stronger. Mark crouched beside the fire ring, touched the ash with his glove, and frowned. Still damp. Fresh damp. Snowmelt. I asked. He shook his head. "Ground's dry." Lindsay circled the perimeter, scanning for new tracks. She found some. I watched her kneel beside a half print in the soil. Heel only, light pressure, as though someone had been standing there and changed their mind mid-step. "Pointed north," she said, "away from the canyon." That was backward. Anyone lost out here tries to follow drainage down, not climb away from it. We decided to follow the prints, moving slow and marking each with flag tape. They cut through thick timber, past a slope of burned firs left over from the 2017 fires. The trunks still stood like black skeletons, bark peeled off in curls. I'd fought part of that blaze myself years ago. The memory of the smoke then, dense, yellow, metallic, rose uninvited. The smell here matched it. About half a mile in, the tracks led to another clearing. This one was smaller, ringed by dead trees, the ground carpeted in brittle needles that snapped loud underfoot. At the center was another fire circle. No smoke this time, but the stones were arranged exactly like before. Perfect ring, precise spacing. And someone had driven a short stick upright in the middle, charred at the tip. Delia exhaled softly, signal marker. Mark shook his head. Not standard. And who'd light one here? You can't see it from air. I crouched and noticed something buried beneath a layer of ash. A corner of metal. I brushed it off carefully. It was a mess tin lid warped by heat. Scratched into it, barely legible, was a single word, "HLP." Lindsay stepped closer, her voice low. "Ethan? Could be," I said. Or someone before him. We logged the site, photographed everything, and called HQ. The radio hissed, but no voice came through, just static and fragments of our own signal bouncing back. It sounded like an echo half a beat late. Mark tried twice more, then gave up. "What, keep moving," he said. "North Ridge. We'll get better line of sight." We hiked another hour uphill. The forest thinned, giving way to granite outcrops and dry patches of meadow. The wind picked up again, cold enough to sting. Around noon, Lindsay spotted something glinting ahead, metal catching light. It was a cooking pot, resting upright in the grass. Inside was murky water and a drowned moth. Around it, the faint remains of a third camp. But this one was different. There were bones. Not human, deer maybe, but the way they'd been arranged stopped us cold. Two-leg bones crossed. Spine curved to form a semicircle, skull placed neatly at the apex facing west. Ritualistic wasn't the right word, but deliberate was. Mark crouched to photograph, jaw tight. "What the hell is this supposed to be?" Lindsay didn't answer. She was looking past the bones, toward the tree line. There's smoke again. True enough, through the trees to the west, a thin column rose, lazy and pale. Mark muttered, "That's the third one. Could be wind, picking up something old," I said, though even I didn't believe it. "Or someone's moving ahead of us," Lindsay said quietly. We picked up pace, moving toward it. Every ridge we crested, the smoke stayed just far enough away, never closer, never gone. It felt almost like it was leading us. By late afternoon, we reached a narrow valley where the trees opened to reveal a small stream cutting through rock. The smoke had vanished again, but the smell was waiting for us, thick, sharp, unmistakable. Burned nylon. That's when we found the tent, or what was left of it. The fabric was melted into the ground, frame collapsed inward. Around it, blackened gear, stove, boots. A water bottle melted into a shape like glass art. Near the edge of the site, I saw something buried the remains of a backpack. Straps fused together. I tugged it free. The front pocket was still intact, the zipper stiff with soot. Inside was a map, edges sinned. Ethan Rowe's name was written in ink across the corner. We stood there for a long moment, no one speaking. Then Delia said softly, "There's no body." She was right. None of the usual burn pattern either. The fire had been controlled. contained neatly within a few feet. No spread marks outward. It hadn't consumed the area, only the tent. Mark kicked at the dirt. Looks staged. Lindsay stared at the center of the burn, brow furrowed, like someone wanted to erase just enough. I took photos, logged GPS, and tried the radio again. Still dead. We were losing daylight fast. Mark made the call we'd return to base camp, report findings, and send a drone in the morning. Nobody argued, but as we turned back, I couldn't stop thinking about the sequence of fires. New, old, older still, each leading north, each arranged with purpose. It felt like we were walking a trail someone had left on purpose, and we were following it the way a fuse follows flame. By the time we reached our camp, night had fallen hard. The wind had died again. We built a small fire mostly for morale. Everyone was quiet except Lindsay, who sat with her knees up, staring into the coals. She said, almost to herself, "Smoke that doesn't rise right means something's still feeding it from below." I looked at her. "You think there's something buried under those pits?" She didn't answer right away. Then, "I think there's more than one story playing out here." Later, after the others turned in, I stayed awake by the fire, notebook in hand, trying to map where each smoke column had appeared. When I drew the points together, it formed a rough curve bending north, almost following the old fire boundary from 2017. The hairs on my arms lifted. Somewhere beyond that curve lay a series of small canyons cut off from main trails, areas we'd used as control lines during suppression. And if memory served, one of those had been the staging site for a firefighter crew that lost 2 men in a backburn accident that year. Their camp had burned before extraction. We'd never recovered all their gear. I hadn't thought of that in years. But the coordinates lined up uncomfortably close. The smell came again then. Faint, drifting through trees from the direction of those canyons. Not pine, not fresh wood. The same dull industrial tang. Behind me, fabric rustled. Lindsay's voice, low and steady. "You smell it too." I turned. She was standing outside her tent, flashlight off, eyes fixed toward the dark ridge. The air shimmered faintly. Through the trunks, a weak glow pulsed once, then faded. She whispered, "That's not reflection." The radio crackled suddenly, making us both jump. Static, then Mark's voice half-formed, "Jake, Dilia, movement, ridge," then nothing. We froze. The silence afterward was so complete it felt like a held breath. Lindsay grabbed her pack and rifle. I did the same. We started toward the ridge, moving fast but careful, flashlights off. The darkness felt thicker with each step, the forest pressing closer. When we reached the rise, the glow had vanished, but the smell was stronger than ever. And in the clearing below, faint outlines shimmered, 6 or 7 circular marks in the ground, evenly spaced. Fire rings, old ones, all of them smoking. We stood at the ridge edge for a long moment, too long, staring at the faint circles below. 6 or 7, maybe more. The smoke rising from them wasn't thick, just threads, like the ground itself was exhaling. Lindsay whispered, "They're not burning hot." She was right. No visible flame. Just that slow, steady breath of gray. We descended carefully, boots sliding in loose rock. Each step brought the smell closer, damp soot and old resin, mingled with something chemical, something human-made. My throat went tight the way it does when you taste a memory you wish you'd forgotten. At the first ring, I crouched. Stones perfectly arranged again, ash still warm beneath my glove, but no embers, no fresh burn. The warmth came from deeper down, as if the soil itself hadn't cooled in years. Lindsay moved between the circles, counting under her breath. 7. They're all equidistant. Measured. Measured how? Like a line that curved back on itself. I looked at the pattern and saw she was right. The rings formed a half spiral, curling toward the base of an old fir stump at the center of the clearing. The bark was long stripped, surface blackened but intact, as though it had burned from the inside out. We circled it once before Lindsay knelt to inspect the soil. There's something under here. She dug with her knife, careful, scraping through layers of charcoal and compacted ash. A few inches down, metal glinted. She pried it loose and brushed off dirt. It was the rim of a canteen. Military issue, dented, heat, scarred. I recognized the stamped initials S. For a second, I couldn't breathe. "Jakey," she said. "That's Frank Sullivan's." Frank had been one of the 2 firefighters who died in the 2017 backburn. His canteen was logged missing, presumed destroyed. Lindsay looked from me to the rings. "You think these are?" "I don't know." I cut in. "But we're standing in their old base." Wind passed through the trees then, low and uneven. It sounded like breath through a cracked mask. The smoke bent with it, but didn't break, curling tighter around the stump. We should have marked the site and left. Protocol said daylight investigation only. But both of us stayed kneeling there, caught in that uneasy gravity old burn scars have. The way they seem to hold time still. Lindsay pulled her glove off, pressed bare fingers to the soil. "It's warm all over. Not just where you dug. Thermal activity," I said, though I knew better. This wasn't geothermal country. Her light flicked toward the other rings. "If this is an old camp, who kept feeding it?" We didn't find an answer that night. Mark's voice came faintly over the radio again. Static, then fragments. Smoke, seeing, ridge, copy. I tried to reply, but all I got was distortion. Overlapping echoes of my own voice bouncing back through the channel. Then, layered under it, something else. A voice, fainter, deeper. "Help me." It came only once. Could have been interference, a trick of frequency bounce in the canyon. That's what I told myself. But the hairs on my neck said otherwise. We decided to pull back to camp and wait for morning light. The hike back felt longer than before, each step echoing with that faint radio whisper. By the time we reached our tents, the horizon had started to pale. Mark and Delia were waiting, both wide-eyed. "We saw your lights," Mark said. Then another set, lower down. Looked like someone moving parallel. "There's nobody else out here," I said. Then what was it? None of us had an answer. We broke camp at dawn. The air was dead still. The smoke scent weaker but still there. When we climbed back to the ridge, the clearing below was empty. No sign of any smoldering rings. Just gray soil and the stump in the center, cold and ordinary. Lindsay checked her GPS. Same coordinates. But look at this. Her screen showed our track from the night before. Our route forming a loop around the clearing. The recorded points of each fire ring were still there, glowing orange markers. Only now, zoomed out, they aligned into a near, perfect circle. And the old camp we'd found, the melted tent, sat dead center. "Like a perimeter," she said quietly. Mark stared at it. "Control burn pattern. That's what they use for the backfire." He was right. We were standing inside the footprint of the 2017 containment zone. The same one where 2 men died when wind shifted. We decided to hike to the exact coordinates of that fatal spot. 2 hours later, after crossing loose rock and blackened timber, we found it. A shallow depression scattered with rusted stakes, fragments of hose, and melted aluminum. The earth was bare. Even the moss hadn't grown back. Lindsay found another fragment of metal. Charred, sharp-edged. She turned it over and read aloud the faint engraving. Engine 42, Mark radioed it in. This time the signal held, though faint. We HQ confirmed our location and said they'd send a recovery crew for relic documentation. That should have been the end. But as we waited, a thin wisp of smoke drifted up from the soil between us. No spark, no ember, just sudden smoke. "Jake," Lindsay said, voice steady but quiet. "Step back." I did. The smoke thickened, curling from a hairline crack that split open through the dirt, revealing something black and brittle beneath. I crouched and brushed it with my glove. Not fresh, but not fossilized either. Short section, likely human radius. The char pattern told its own story, exposure to sustained flame. We marked it, photographed, reported again. HQ confirmed they'd expedite the recovery. We were told to hold position until the helo could reach us, 2 hours out. So we waited. In that time, the smoke never stopped. It rose thin, unbroken, smelling not like decay but like old oil and pine resin. Lindsay said softly, "You ever think about what smoke remembers?" I said, "Sometimes I think it doesn't forget." She looked at me then, not smiling. Eyes bright in the dull light. "Maybe that's why it comes back when it shouldn't." The helicopter arrived just before noon. We guided the crew down and briefed them. They logged the bone, the canteen, the relics, all properly sealed. Protocols were clean, efficient, professional. By the time the rotors lifted off again, there was nothing left of the site but churned earth and the faintest smell of burnt pine. We hiked out that afternoon, silent most of the way. When we reached the trailhead, I looked back once. The ridges behind us were clear. No smoke anywhere. That night, in the motel at Hamilton, I took out my gear to clean it. My pack smelled faintly of ash, which wasn't unusual. But when I unzipped the outer pocket, something small and metallic rolled out. A section of rock ringstone, smooth on one side, scorched on the other. I didn't pack it. There was a mark carved into it, shallow and uneven. I ran my thumb over it until I realized it was a letter. I told myself it must have fallen in while we were documenting. That's all. Just debris. A week later, the lab confirmed the bone fragment matched one of the 2 missing firefighters. They identified him as Frank Sullivan. The other man, Daniel Price, remained unaccounted for. Official cause of the 2017 burn deaths remained the same unpredictable wind shift. Entrapment, flashover. Case closed. Still 3 nights after we filed our final report, I woke to the smell again. It wasn't strong. Just a trace in the air, faint enough to make me doubt it. But when I looked out the window of my apartment, facing the hills west of town, there was a pale column rising against the dark. Straight and steady, too clean to be a brush burn. I stood there for a long time watching. It flickered once, then again. Not random. A pattern. 3 long pulses. Too short. A signal. I stared until it faded into the night, leaving the sky clear. The next morning, I drove out to the ridge alone. The ground was cold, no fresh burn, no soot, no trace, but the smell lingered soft, persistent, almost invisible. Sometimes, on quiet nights, when wind moves down from the bitterroots, I catch it again, that faint, stubborn tang of something still burning where nothing should. And every time, I wonder if it's just the mountain remembering, or if something out there is still waiting for us to come back. My name is Lena Corpy, and I've lived in northern Minnesota my whole life. I was raised on long winters, where the sky turns pewter for months, and the air cuts clean enough to burn. You grow up thinking you understand the cold, that it's something you can manage with enough layers, enough preparation. But there's a kind of cold out there, past the plowed roads and the trailheads the snowmobilers forget, that doesn't just sit on your skin. It seeps into your judgment. It whispers you're fine while it takes small, quiet pieces of you. I set out that morning from a small township called Isabella, just off Highway 1. My plan was simple. A solo snowmobile run north toward a frozen lake I'd fished with my father years back. Avery Lake, though the name hardly mattered now. I wanted a quiet weekend, a few photos, maybe to test the new satellite beacon my company was selling to rescue services. I worked for a small outdoor gear startup based in Duluth, and field testing was half my job. The idea of solitude didn't scare me. It was part of the deal. I left the truck parked near a trailhead marker half buried in snow, tied down the gear sled, and checked the weather once more. The forecast had promised mild wind and steady visibility until evening. Mild. In January meant 20 below, but I'd seen worse. I radioed my position, packed my thermos into the sled, and started the engine. The snowmobile roared to life, its sound echoing hollowly against the trees. By late morning, the sky began to flatten, blue bleeding into gray. The birches and pines leaned with the wind, their tops shuddering like brittle bones. I followed the trail markers along the old forestry road for maybe an hour before the path thinned out. There were tracks from a few other machines, but they faded quick under drifting snow. When I reached the lake basin, I recognized it immediately. The same frozen expanse my father and I had crossed once with an auger and a bucket of minnows, back when he was still around. The air smelled faintly metallic, and the horizon blurred with the sky so that I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. I cut the engine and stood for a moment. The silence was almost physical, like something pressing on my ears. I remember thinking, take a quick photo, then keep moving. The wind was picking up, faint powder rising off the ice like ghosts of breath. Then, when I tried to start the snowmobile again, the engine coughed and died. At first, I thought it was the cold gumming up the fuel line. I pulled the choke, tried again. Nothing. A third time, just a sad sputter and silence. I cursed quietly, flipped open the hood, and stared at a tangle of frostbitten metal I barely understood. I wasn't a mechanic. I just followed manuals and hoped for the best. I'd done this trip alone too many times to admit I didn't fully know what to do if something broke. The storm hadn't hit yet, but the light was already changing. White skies can fool you into thinking it's earlier than it is, until you realize the day's dying faster than it should. I checked my GPS. It blinked, failed to connect, blinked again. The device used satellite signal, but heavy snow or geomagnetic interference could jam it. I tried my radio, next a crackle, a hiss, then nothing. I told myself not to panic. I had the sled, the tent, a thermal sleeping bag, and a small emergency stove. I'd spent enough nights camping in worse. I could hunker down, wait until morning, fix the machine once visibility improved. So I decided to walk the perimeter of the lake, see if I could spot a nearby shelter or a marked exit trail. The snow crunched under my boots, soft but deep, each step a small battle. The wind was steady but manageable. I made a slow half circle along the edge, the trees thinning to my left, the open expanse of ice on my right. After maybe 20 minutes, I stopped to rest. I looked back. My tracks, a neat single line, ran behind me until they didn't. They curved, no bent, in a lazy arc back toward where I'd come from. I frowned, walked a few more steps, then turned again. The tracks still looped. I must have drifted without realizing it, pulled off, course by the wind. I wasn't worried yet. Snow navigation messes with your sense of direction when landmarks vanish. I marked my position by a crooked birch at the shoreline, then continued walking, this time checking the compass on my wrist every few minutes. The arrow jittered slightly but held north. I kept it that way, slow and methodical. After half an hour, I stopped again. The wind had grown stronger, fine grains of snow biting at my face. The sky was now a seamless sheet of gray, no horizon in sight. When I turned to look behind me, my heart stuttered. The tracks, mine, were circling. They'd swung wide across the lake, cutting back toward themselves in a loose, almost perfect loop. At the far end of the curve, I could see the faint shadow of the snowmobile, exactly where I'd left it. I stood still for a long time. Rationally, I knew what this meant. I'd walked in a wide circle. It's a common phenomenon in whiteouts. Humans favor one leg over the other, pulling themselves gradually into a loop without realizing. I'd even taught that concept during survival briefings. But knowing and seeing are two different things. There's a weight that comes with realizing you've gone nowhere. The temperature was dropping fast, and the wind sharpened into a real storm. Visibility shrank to 20 feet. I hurried back to the snowmobile. The snow now waist, deep in some drifts, my breath fogging the inside of my goggles. When I reached the machine, I knelt beside it, hands shaking more from nerves than cold, and tried the ignition again. Dead. I set up the emergency tent beside the sled. One of those bright orange bevy shelters, meant for mountain rescues, barely large enough to sit upright in. It took me 10 minutes to anchor it, the poles bending under gusts that screamed across the ice. Inside, I lit the stove and melted snow into lukewarm water, sipping slowly to keep from freezing. The wind outside was relentless. The fabric of the tent thrummed like a heartbeat. I radioed again, static, faint, then a clipped tone that might have been interference. I spoke anyway. "This is Lena Corpy, stranded near Avery Lake. Snowmobile failure. Visibility under 50 feet. My own voice sounded too calm. I repeated it 3 times before switching the radio off to save battery. An hour passed, then maybe 2. I dozed lightly, jerking awake each time the tent wall brushed my shoulder. Once, I thought I heard something faint, footsteps crunching outside. But it was probably the shifting ice. It has a language of its own, creaks, pops, hollow echoes that travel miles under the surface. By early evening, the storm reached full force. I decided to step out briefly to check on the sled. I opened the zipper, squinting into the blur of white. The world had disappeared. Just a gray void swirling in every direction. My tracks from earlier were nearly gone. I pulled the hood tight and trudged toward where the snowmobile should have been. It was maybe 10 steps away, but halfway there I hesitated. There were prints in the snow, fresh, distinct. Boot prints. At first I thought they were mine from earlier, but the spacing was off. They ran parallel to the tent, looping wide before fading into the storm. I followed them a few feet, squinting against the wind. The pattern was familiar, same tread, same boot size. My boots. It took a few seconds to sink in. They weren't new prints. Just mine, half buried, distorted by wind. I exhaled a shaky laugh. Get a grip, I muttered, brushing snow from my gloves. I traced the line with my eyes again, and saw how they curved back to the tent, completing the same damn circle. I returned inside, heart thudding anyway. The mind plays tricks when visibility's gone. Every shadow a figure, every echo a step. The isolation becomes a mirror, and suddenly everything feels like it's waiting for you to make one wrong move. That night, I rationed heat tablets and stared at the condensation freezing along the tent walls. I kept checking the clock on my wrist every few minutes, though time didn't move in any sensible way. Outside, the wind softened, then rose again like breathing. At some point, I realized something subtle had changed. The sound of the storm was still there, but beneath it was a quieter rhythm, like footsteps pacing in the snow. I told myself it was the wind catching through cracks in the ice. I said it out loud, just to hear a voice. "Wind," I whispered. "It's wind." Still, I reached for the radio and switched it on again. Static filled the tent, low and steady. I almost thought I heard something under it. A tone, faint and distant. But when I leaned closer, the signal vanished. I turned it off. The storm would break by morning. It had to. When I finally drifted into a half-sleep, I dreamed of walking the same loop again and again. My own boot prints crossing over themselves, until I couldn't tell which direction I'd started from. And when I woke up, the light leaking through the tent was thin and white. And my first thought, before I even unzipped the flap, was that I already knew what I was going to see. When I opened the tent flap, the world outside was still and blinding. The storm had passed in the night, leaving behind that eerie kind of calm where sound seems swallowed by light. A thin crust of ice coated everything. The sled, the snowmobile, even the tent fabric stiff with frost. I stepped out carefully, boots sinking into snow that squeaked with each motion. My breath fogged and froze almost instantly. For a moment, it looked beautiful. The kind of purity people romanticize about winter, crystalline air, glittering trees, untouched white. Except there was nothing untouched about it. My tracks from the day before were everywhere. Not scattered, not tangled, but organized. They formed a near-perfect ring around my tent, about 20 feet out. I turned slowly, eyes tracing the curve. The circle closed cleanly behind the snowmobile, back to where I now stood. Every step was my own boot trade. Every indentation matched perfectly. I should have felt reassured. It meant no one else had been there. But the sight had the opposite effect. It looked deliberate, patterned. As if I'd paced that circle again and again without realizing, carving it into the ice like a ritual. I told myself I'd done it accidentally. Maybe during setup, I'd walked around multiple times. Or the wind had erased everything else, leaving only the outermost ring. Simple explanation. Always start with simple. Still, I wanted to move. Get out, find the trail, make progress before weather turned again. The snowmobile's engine was frozen solid, carburetor locked under a rind of ice. I chipped at it with my multi-tool, fingers numbing despite double-layer gloves. After 10 minutes, I stopped, flexed my hands, and stared down the trail that led back the way I'd come. Except there was no trail anymore. The whiteout had erased all signs of passage, mine included, beyond the circle. It was like the world had wiped itself clean overnight. I pulled out my compass. The needle wobbled, then steadied north. I took my best guess. Follow the lake's edge westward until I hit the tree line. Then aim south toward the highway. Even if I wandered wide, I'd eventually cross a snowmobile trail or power line. People underestimate how close civilization often is in northern Minnesota. It just feels like the edge of the world. I packed quickly, cinching straps on the sled. I left the tent in place. It weighed little but cost time to take down. I marked the snowmobile's coordinates in my notebook in case I needed to return. Then I started walking. The snow was shin-deep now, crusted on top but soft underneath. Every few steps, I broke through, catching myself on my poles. The sky was colorless, the horizon blank. I aimed for a ridge of dark pines that seemed to run along the western edge of the lake. Distance is deceptive out here. What looks like a 10-minute walk can take an hour. By midday, I'd reached the tree line. I stopped to drink melted snow from my thermos, crouched behind a fallen log for shelter. I hadn't seen any sign of other people. No distant engines or animal tracks. Even the lake's ice hadn't cracked once since morning. It was as if the entire landscape was holding its breath. I checked my GPS again. It blinked red, still searching. Battery half gone. The human brain does something strange when you're alone in monochrome. It starts inventing motion. I caught myself staring too long at the trees, thinking I saw something shift between trunks. A shadow, a person, a shape. But every time I blinked, it dissolved back into nothing. I pressed on, using my compass like a lifeline. After another hour, I paused. My legs ached. The wind had returned, soft but cold enough to sting. I turned back to see the lake stretching behind me, a flat white sheet, now barely visible through drifting snow. My trail, my new one, cut straight across the expanse, clean and direct. Except something was wrong. There were other tracks beside it. At first, I thought they were my own. Maybe when I turned around earlier, I'd made a double line. But no. These ran parallel for several meters before veering off toward the trees, then looping wide, coming back toward me. My chest tightened. I walked a few steps closer, studying them. The treed was identical to mine. Same pattern, same spacing. And there was the giveaway. A small notch near the right heel, exactly where my boot sole had chipped 2 winters ago. They were mine, but they shouldn't be there. I hadn't walked that line. I was sure of it. I followed the loop maybe 30 yards, just enough to confirm what my stomach already knew. The tracks led back to where I'd started that morning. Back to the tent, which was now a small orange dot across the lake. For a long moment, I just stood there, cold wind burning my eyes. The rational part of me clung to explanations, optical illusion, snowdrift distortions, overlapping footprints. The survivalist part whispered something simpler: stop wasting time and move. I turned back toward the trees, forcing myself onward. By late afternoon, the light began to fade again. The storm wasn't returning, just the early winter dusk that drops like a curtain. I hadn't found any trail markers, no sign of cabins or road cuts. My GPS once more before dying entirely. I tried the radio, dead battery too. I set up camp at the tree line, using the small backup bivvy and stove. My hands shook while I lit it. Fine motor skills go fast in the cold. I ate a few bites of freeze, dried stew, and watched my breath freeze midair. Then something caught my eye. Across the open lake, far in the white distance, a small dark figure moved slowly. At first I thought it was an animal, A moose maybe, but the gait was wrong. Too steady, too upright. I squinted through the blowing snow. The shape was there, motion slow and deliberate, following a faint trail. My trail. I lifted my binoculars, heart hammering. The figure was half lost in fog, but it was definitely human-shaped. Tall, wrapped in heavy gear. Could have been another stranded rider. Could have been nothing. I called out, my voice cracking in the cold. "Hey! Over here!" No answer. The figure stopped. For a moment, I thought they turned toward me. Then they crouched, or maybe disappeared behind the drift. When I lowered the binoculars, they were gone. I waited several minutes, scanning the horizon. Nothing moved. My breath sounded too loud inside the hood. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been an illusion, refraction through ice crystals, or my own reflection distorted by distance. The mind grabs at patterns in emptiness. It's what keeps us oriented. Still, I didn't sleep well. The wind rose again, rattling branches, and more than once I thought I heard crunching snow, just beyond the bevy's thin fabric. I kept the flare gun within reach and the headlamp strapped to my forehead, beam aimed at the entry flap. At some point, exhaustion won. When I woke, faint gray light filtered through the tarp. I crawled out, breath freezing midair, and checked my bearings. The sky was clearer, pale blue streaked with pink dawn. Relief flickered for the first time in days. Then I saw the tracks. A new trail curved around my camp, wide and slow, joining the old one before leading off toward the lake again. Same boots. Same spacing. Same chipped heel. I dropped to a crouch, tracing one print with my glove. The edges were sharp, not windblown. Fresh. I hadn't moved from the bevy all night. I knew that with absolute certainty. And yet here they were, my own footprints, stretching away into open white. There's a point in cold exposure where reasoning starts to blur. I tried to cling to logic, whispering through chattering teeth, sleepwalking. Maybe I'd wandered. Maybe I just don't remember. That explanation didn't help much, but it kept me moving. I packed again, fingers stiff, muscles heavy. The cold had gone deep now. I could feel it in my chest when I breathed. I decided to follow the prints, not because I trusted them, but because at least they were direction, something to move toward instead of away from. The trail led back across the lake, curling wide, looping faintly just like before. I walked for what felt like an hour, though time had lost all sense. Each breath hurt. Each step was slower than the last. When I reached the middle of the lake, I stopped. The prints had closed their circle. They joined perfectly, back where I stood. I looked down at my boots, then at the line around me. The sound of wind on the ice was low and hollow, like breathing underwater. For the first time, panic felt real. Not the cinematic kind. Just a dull, heavy certainty that something had gone wrong in my perception, that I was losing the ability to tell direction or sequence. Maybe hypothermia. Maybe exhaustion. I turned sharply east, forcing my legs to move. Straight line. I said out loud, like an order, "Don't turn. Just walk." And I did. One step, then another, poles stabbing rhythmically. Eyes fixed on a distant patch of dark trees. I didn't look back, didn't stop. The wind howled across the ice, flattening everything behind me. After some time, minutes, hours, I don't know, I saw something in the snow ahead. An orange shape, half buried. My tent. Exactly where I'd left it 2 days ago. I stood over the tent for a long time, before my brain caught up to what I was seeing. The orange fabric was stiff with ice, half buried under a drift The same tear in the corner from when I'd driven the stake too hard. My gloves, the empty thermos, even the small depression from where I'd knelt. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. I walked around it twice just to be sure. Same radius, same ring of prints. It shouldn't have been possible. I'd walked in a straight line for what felt like hours. But it wasn't distance I'd lost. It was direction. I'd somehow curved again. Imperceptibly, the way every survival manual warns against. I'd done what hundreds of lost hikers had done before me, walked a perfect circle. There's something soul-crushing about that realization. You think you're built differently, that experience or equipment protects you. But out there, stripped to instinct, you're no smarter than anyone else who's ever been swallowed by weather. The wind had died again, leaving the world silent except for the faint crack of ice beneath. I crouched beside the tent and touched the frozen fabric. My fingers barely worked. I could feel the tremor of early frostbite, the dull burn before numbness. I had to make a plan, and fast. The only remaining supplies were inside the few ration packs, one heat tab, and a spare flare. My stove fuel was nearly gone. The snowmobile was still 50 yards away, a white lump under another drift. I decided to strip it for parts, salvage wiring for fire starter, maybe drain fuel for heat. When I reached it, I nut to unfasten the cover panel, prying metal with the multitool. My breath came short and ragged. The cold had turned sharper, cutting through layers like needles. I could feel the edges of panic creeping in, the irrational impulse to move constantly, just to feel something. I managed to free a few strips of wire and a splash of gas, which I poured into a small tin cup to use later as ignition. The fumes made my head spin. I forced myself back toward the tent, the lake's ice moaning faintly underfoot. Once inside, I sealed the flap, lit the remaining heat tab, and poured a few drops of gas into a shallow trench of snow I'd carved in the vestibule. The flame caught, flaring briefly before settling into a dull orange glow. The warmth felt unreal, like a memory of heat. I ate a handful of ration crumbs, drank the last meltwater, and tried to think clearly. My best bet now was to stay put. Movement had already cost me a day's strength and no progress. If weather held, someone might come along the trail by the weekend. I'd logged my route on the company network before leaving. They'd noticed the missed check-in. That thought helped, at least for a few minutes. But then the light began to fade again. Too fast, unnaturally early. Dusk rolled in like smoke, swallowing the edges of the tent's orange glow. I checked my watch. 3:42 p.m. Sunset shouldn't come for another hour. The horizon didn't care. Outside, the wind began to hum again. Not howling, not yet. Just that low, vibrating note that feels more like pressure than sound. The kind that makes you aware of your heartbeat. I unzipped the flap a few inches to look. The world had turned gray-blue. Snow drifted gently, flakes swirling close to the ground. Nothing moved. The loop of footprints was still visible in the fading light, sharp and fresh. For a moment, I thought I saw something at the far end of the circle. A shadow standing just beyond the last print. I blinked. It was gone. I told myself it was a branch, a distortion. I shut the flap, turned off my headlamp, and sat in darkness. That's when the sound began. It wasn't footsteps, not exactly. More like pressure shifting in the ice, timed too rhythmically to be natural. A soft crack, crunch, crack, then silence. Then again, I grabbed the flare gun. My hands shook so badly I dropped it twice before managing to cock it. My rational brain knew this. Sound travels strange over frozen lakes. What you think is 10 feet away could be half a mile. The air bends noise, echoes it back on itself. Still, every instinct screamed someone's out there. I waited, muscles locked. The sound faded, replaced by nothing but the faint hiss of snow against fabric. An hour passed, maybe more. I tried to keep track of time by counting breaths, but somewhere around 400 I lost count. The flames sputtered out. Darkness thickened. I thought of my father then. How he'd once gotten turned around in a blizzard during a fishing trip. He'd laughed about it later, saying, "The woods don't move, Lena. We do." At the time it sounded comforting. Now it felt like a warning. Around midnight, the cold changed character. It wasn't just biting anymore. It was heavy, like water filling lungs. My fingers had gone completely numb. When I tried to flex them, nothing happened. My toes followed soon after. Sleep came in flashes, microscopic naps between shivers. Each time I drifted off, I'd see myself walking that circle again, over and over, until I woke gasping. At one point, I must have truly slept, because when I opened my eyes, the tent was bright. For a heartbeat, I thought morning had come. Then I realized the light was from the flare gun, clutched in my frozen hands, barrel still smoking. I must have fired it in my sleep. The tent's interior glowed red, shadows writhing like something alive. Through the flap, I saw the flare spinning into the distance, dying against the snow. I crawled out after it on instinct. The sky above was pale gray. No dawn. Just the reflection of the flare's ember against low clouds. The air was windless now, perfectly still. And that's when I saw the line of footprints again. Fresh, crisp. Circling once more. This time, though there was a gap, an opening in the ring, like a door left ajar. The tracks led away, faint but steady, vanishing toward the pines at the lake's far side. I didn't hesitate. I followed. Every survival rule says stay put, but reason had become an echo. Movement was life, stillness was surrender. I staggered after the prints, half crawling at points, vision tunneling with every breath. The air felt thinner here, as if the cold itself was feeding on oxygen. The trees drew closer, a dark line cutting the horizon. The prints grew shallower, then disappeared under fresh snow. I stopped, chest heaving. The silence pressed in. Something ahead broke it, a faint sound, mechanical, steady. A snowmobile engine. I turned toward it, dizzy with relief. The noise grew louder. I waved both arms, shouting until my throat tore. "Hey! Over here!" Through the haze, a figure emerged, helmeted, headlights slicing through pale fog. They were riding slow, cautious. The snowmobile stopped maybe 50 feet away. The rider dismounted, trudged closer. "Mom, you okay?" The voice was muffled but human. Male, Midwestern accent. I nodded, or thought I did. My vision kept narrowing to black. "Engine died," I mumbled. "Been out here 2 nights. He caught me by the arm, supporting my weight. "You're lucky," he said. "Search team's been looking since yesterday. Forecasts turning bad again." Behind him, 2 more riders appeared, their machines idling. Red jackets with state rescue insignia. One spoke into a radio. "We found her." I remember flashes after that. The heat of the sled's engine on my side, the smell of gasoline, the blur of trees as we moved. Someone wrapped me in a foil blanket. Someone else said my name. When I came to fully, I was inside a ranger station. The clock on the wall read 40:10 p.m. My hands were bandaged, my skin blistered with frostnip. A paramedic asked me questions I could barely answer. Where I'd camped, how long I'd been lost, what direction I'd walked. I told them everything. When I mentioned the circles, the footprints, the paramedic exchanged a glance with the ranger. "You probably drifted," he said gently. "Whiteout disorientation happens all the time. You start compensating for wind without realizing." "Maybe," I said. He smiled faintly. "Good thing you stayed near your camp. Makes you easier to find." I didn't argue. Later, after they'd given me hot tea and space blankets, one of the search team came in carrying my gear bag. "We found your snowmobile," he said. "Wasn't far. You'd looped around maybe half a mile from the main trail." He hesitated before adding, "We also saw your tracks." "Lot of How many?" I asked. He shrugged. "Hard to tell. Looked like you'd been walking in circles for a while. But here's the weird thing. There were a few sets that looked newer. On top of ours. Wind must have uncovered old ones." I didn't respond. My hands tightened around the cup. He left me alone after that. Outside, the sky was already dark again. The kind of deep northern blue that swallows everything by late afternoon. Through the frosted window, I could see the lake far beyond the tree line, a white sheet under dim stars. Part of me wanted to believe every print had a rational reason. Drift patterns, refrozen ice, illusions born of exhaustion. That's the truth they'd write in the report, and maybe that's all it was. But sometimes, even now, when I walk home from work in the snow and see my footprints trailing behind me, I catch myself checking how they curve, making sure they don't start to bend back toward me. My name is Cole Reeves, and for most of my adult life, I've worked as a wilderness instructor, specializing in desert survival. I've taught courses in the Sonoran, Mojave, and Great Basin. But there's something about Canyonlands National Park that tests people differently. The landscape there isn't hostile in the usual sense. It's ancient, quiet, deceptively empty. You can walk for hours across slick rock that looks flat as pavement and still find yourself circling the same bend of canyon. Heat radiating off red stone like a second sun. The park humbles anyone who walks too far from the roads. I thought I understood that better than most. I was running a 5-day desert survival course in early June, a small group 3 participants, all in their 20s, all city-born. They'd signed up for what the brochure called Immersive Backcountry Challenge in Real Conditions. I'd done this 100 times. We were operating in a less visited part of the Maze District, where the Colorado River cuts through layers of Wingate sandstone, carving narrow drainages that twist like veins through the earth. The Park Service had approved my roadie. Start from the Hans Flat Ranger Station, move south through Chimney Canyon, then curve toward a dry river channel called Cottonwood Wash, camp near Dry River Bend, and return via the High Ridge Loop. Total distance about 28 miles. It's the kind of route you memorize by contour lines and light. Trails out there aren't really trails. They're cairns, faint boot tracks, or nothing at all. You travel by shape and shade. I'd marked several check in points on my map, and I carried both a satellite radio and a PLB beacon for emergencies. Every student had their own compass, map copy, and 2 liters of water to start, with purification tablets for refilling. Standard protocol. The first 2 days went as planned. We hiked down from the rim plateau, moving through a maze of red walls that caught the morning light in gold slashes. I taught them how to read the terrain. Look for varnish stains on the canyon. Sides to find old watercourses. Track animal prints for signs of moisture. We camped in an alcove sheltered from the wind. The nights were cold but clean. Sky cracked open with stars. Everyone was in good spirits. The third morning was when things started to slip. We woke before dawn, the air still cool. I'd planned to move early to avoid the midday heat, following the old river channel toward Dry River Bend. From there, we'd angle up toward the ridge and spend the night before heading back north. Around 9 a.m., clouds began stacking on the horizon. Low, gray, out of place in the desert sky. I checked my barometer. Pressure dropping faster than expected. The forecast had been clear, but weather in Canyonlands doesn't follow rules. By late morning, the light dimmed to a dull copper. The air tasted metallic. I remember saying half-jokingly, "Don't worry. Flash floods only happen when you're not expecting them." Everyone laughed. I didn't. We reached a wide dry wash that twisted westward. The map labeled it Dry River Bend, though it hadn't seen steady flow in years. Smooth stone banks rose on both sides, 15 feet high, like the walls of a drained artery. I paused at the edge, scanning upstream and down. The sky was shifting, dark smears spreading like ink. Somewhere far off, I heard a low rumble. I made the call to set camp on slightly higher ground, just above the wash. My plan was to wait out the weather and reassess. We ate a quick lunch. The kind of heat, wilted tortillas and jerky that taste better than they should after a long day. Then the first drops came. Thick, slow, like someone testing a faucet. Within minutes, they turned into sheets. Rain in Canyonlands doesn't soak the ground, it bounces, collects, funnels. I could smell petrichor rising from the rock, sharp and sweet. The wind roared down the canyon, carrying grit that stung our faces. I shouted over the noise for everyone to grab their packs and move higher. We scrambled up the bank toward a cluster of boulders. I looked back once and saw it a brown wall of water. Not tall but fast, rolling through the wash, carrying branches and sand. It was gone in less than a minute. But when the rain finally eased, the riverbed looked different. Scrub torn away, the pale sand scarred clean. Every cairn I'd built as a marker was gone. We waited 2 hours before trying to move again. The sky had turned pale gray, the kind of color that hides direction. The terrain around us was unrecognizable. Even the channel's curves had changed. I took out my compass, confirmed north, and tried to realign the map with the landscape. But the wash had carved new tributaries. What had been a single path was now a fan of branching gullies. My radio crackled once when I tried to call the ranger station. A burst of static, then silence. The rain had likely knocked out the signal relay on the ridge. I tried again, adjusting the antenna, but nothing. Ere we lost, one of the students asked. Her name was Riley. Not lost, I said, though I knew the word was already in their heads. Just misplaced for a bit. We followed what I believed was the main drainage, moving cautiously along the edges to avoid soft spots. The air felt different. Cooler, thinner, as if the storm had sucked the heat out of the day. When we reached a curve in the wash, I stopped short. The bend looked right, a wide sweep to the east, sheer wall to the south. But something was off. The sand at the bottom still shimmered with water, reflecting the gray sky. No footprints, none of ours. That's when I realized the flood hadn't just erased our trail forward. It had erased our way back. By late afternoon, we'd climbed out of the wash and onto a flat mesa. From there, the view should have been familiar: Chimney Rock to the north, the river gorge to the west. Instead, everything looked smeared by distance, layers of identical stone blending into one another. The students were quiet, saving their breath. I could feel them watching me, waiting for certainty I didn't have. We found a small overhang for shelter and decided to camp there for the night. I rationed water, half a liter each, and set up a tarp to catch any runoff if the rain returned. The air was heavy, full of that damp sandstone smell that only comes after storms. I logged our coordinates, though without a GPS ping, they were guesswork. That evening, I hiked a short distance away to try the radio again. The signal light blinked once, faintly, then died. The desert was utterly still. No insects, no wind, just the low drip of water from the rocks. When I came back, the others were already in their sleeping bags. The silence felt unnatural, like the air itself was listening. Around midnight, I woke to a faint hum. At first, I thought it was the wind shifting across the canyon. Then it grew louder, a low vibration that seemed to come from beneath the ground. I sat up, listening. The sound pulsed through the stone, steady as a heartbeat. I stepped outside the tarp, barefoot on cold sand. The moon had broken through the clouds, washing the mesa in pale light. Everything shimmered. The rock, the puddles, even the air seemed to move. I turned my head toward the wash below. The sound was coming from there. It was impossible. But I thought I saw water still flowing. Just a thin ribbon, glowing faintly as it wound through the dark. The hum deepened, almost mechanical, as if echoing off unseen chambers below the earth. Then, as suddenly as it had come, it stopped. Silence fell so hard it rang in my ears. I stood there for a long minute before going back under the tarp. I didn't tell the others. There was nothing useful in it. No explanation. No action to take. Just another sound among many that the desert can make. At dawn, we packed up. The flood had cooled the air enough that we could travel early. I decided to backtrack, hoping to find any recognizable landmark. The wash below was still damp, the sand marbled with new ridges and channels. We followed it north, each step leaving a clear print. After 2 hours, we reached a fork. I stopped. The left branch curved toward the cliffs. I was sure it led back to Chimney Canyon. The right branch dipped east, away from the route. I checked my compass north by northwest. That confirmed the left. We turned left. 30 minutes later, we came upon a stretch of smooth sandstone where the wash vanished into slick rock. The sun had climbed higher, heat pressing down. I scanned the horizon. Nothing looked familiar. I pulled out my map, then froze. The ink from the last rainfall had run. Faint blue smears where the river used to be. Riley spoke first. Shouldn't we be seeing the ridge by now? We should, I said. Another hour passed before I saw the bend. That same wide curve. That same sheer wall to the south. We were standing at Dry River Bend again. The prints we'd left that morning were gone. For a few seconds, no one said anything. The desert felt like it was holding its breath. I ran my hand across the sand where our boot prints should have been. Nothing, just smooth, wind-pressed grit, as if the surface had been wiped clean. I told them wind could erase prints that fast, though even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The morning had been still. Not a grain of sand moved in the air. Could we have doubled back without realizing it? Asked Marcus, the tallest of the group, sweat drying in white streaks on his neck. Maybe, I said. The channels look similar after a flood. Easy to get turned around. But it wasn't easy. I prided myself on reading terrain. The walls, the slope, even the smell of the air. These things tell you direction if you pay attention, and everything here felt identical to yesterday. We rested in the shade of a low boulder. I pulled out my map, edges stiff from dried mud, and tried to reorient by the angle of the cliffs. The sun was high now, nearly due south. My compass still read true north. On paper, we should have been halfway back to Chimney Canyon. On the ground, we were standing in the same bend that the flood had remade. I tried the radio again, static. Not even the faint carrier tone that tells you the channel's open. Batteries, Riley asked. Good, I said. Signal's dead. What does that mean? It means we walk. We followed the opposite direction this time, cutting east along the wash. I marked small cairns of rock every few hundred yards. Not to find the park exit, just to confirm we were moving at all. By noon, the heat became blinding. The sandstone radiated like a stove. My tongue felt swollen. We rationed the last of our water, each sip more symbolic than useful. Around mid-afternoon, the wash split again. I stopped, raised my hand for silence. A sound drifted from somewhere ahead, a faint trickle. Water. I hurried toward it, boots sliding on loose sand. The others followed. The sound led us to a narrow fissure between two walls where rainwater had collected in a small tinaja. A natural pool carved into rock. The surface was murky, tinted red with silt, but I've drunk worse. We filtered and boiled what we could, refilling bottles while the sun sank lower. Relief rolled through the group like a second wind. We decided to stay there until evening to avoid traveling in the heat. The place offered some shade and a shelf of rock wide enough to sit on. I checked my watch, 4:12 p.m., and started noting coordinates in my field log. The habit kept me anchored, even when I wasn't sure the numbers meant anything anymore. Do you think they'll send someone if we don't check in? Riley asked. They will, I said. Hands flat monitors all course permits. If we're overdue, they'll start a ground search tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning felt like a lifetime away. When the sun dipped, the heat bled out fast. The desert flips from furnace to freezer in a blink. We lit a small fire in a wind, shadow using dry brush I'd found under the rocks. Its light made the canyon walls glow blood orange. Marcus poked at the flames with a stick. How far you think we are from the station? 15 miles, give or take. Could we make it in a day? Not in this terrain. Not without a clear road. He nodded but kept staring into the fire, jaw tight. I knew that look, calculation turning to fear. After they turned in, I stayed awake, tracing our route again in my notebook, trying to reconcile the landmarks with what I remembered. Nothing matched. I could recall ridges and bends, but on paper, they merged into the same repeating shape. The wind picked up around midnight, whispering through the cracks in the rock. Every so often I thought I heard voices threaded through it, soft, like distant conversation. The desert can play tricks that way, the way air funnels through narrow stone. I told myself it was that. I slept in fragments, waking to check the stars for bearings. Each time Orion hung lower, sliding west. At least the sky still obeyed the rules. We broke camp at dawn. The air was cool enough to move fast, and I wanted to put distance behind us. My plan was simple: climb to higher ground. Find any trace of the old jeep road that ran north toward the maze overlook. Once we were on solid orientation, we could push to the ridge. The climb was brutal, loose scree, brittle stone edges that crumbled underfoot. By midday, our shadows shrank to small dark stains at our feet. Sweat soaked my shirt, salt crusting my collar. When we finally reached the mesa top, the view widened into a maze of red ridges and deep shadowed cuts. Riley gasped. "It all looks the same." She wasn't wrong. The whole horizon was repetition, one canyon folding into another, no clear exit, no human trace. Even the river gorge, which should have glinted to the west, was invisible. I used my compass to mark bearing and set a straight line north. We walked for nearly an hour before I noticed something that froze me mid-step. Ahead, in the sandstone, lay a faint depression, a smooth curve I recognized instantly. A bend. Not just any bend. The bend. The same sweep of stone. The same streak of desert varnish like a scar along the wall. Marcus noticed first. "No way," he muttered. Riley swore under her breath. "How is that possible?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. We descended back into the wash almost by reflex, hoping to find some detail that would prove it different. But it wasn't. Our earlier cairns, those small towers of rock I'd built, were gone again. Even the tinaja we'd used for water was dry. Maybe we walked in a loop, I said finally. You can lose your sense of scale here. Distances lie. Riley's voice cracked. "Cole, we've been walking in one direction for hours." I wanted to reassure her, to sound like the instructor who had an explanation for everything. Instead, I felt the same cold bloom of unease I'd seen in her eyes. We camped higher that night, above the bend itself. The silence pressed heavier than before. When the wind came, it carried that same low hum I'd heard earlier. Subtle, rhythmic, almost beneath hearing. I pretended not to notice, but Marcus did. "You hear that?" he whispered. "Wind," I said. "It's not wind." He was right. It wasn't. It was steady, mechanical somehow. Pulsing through the rock like something deep beneath us was breathing. Faintly, the radio in my pack crackled. I scrambled to pull it out, thumb shaking over the dial. The static cleared for half a second, replaced by a burst of garbled noise. Almost speech.
"Reeves, copy."
"Base, this is Reeves," I shouted. "We're off route, coordinates unknown, possibly south of Chimney Canyon. Do you read?" The response came faint, distant, like someone speaking through a tunnel. Storm, repeat, flooded, tracking, then silence. "Base, say again." Nothing. The channel went dead. But that tiny fragment, hearing my name, that they were tracking, lifted the weight from my chest. The signal meant they were trying to reach us. I stayed up half the night, listening for another call. It never came. At dawn, we packed quickly. My plan now was to keep heading north until we reached any visible high point. From there, maybe the signal would return. We walked all morning. The terrain narrowed into a canyon that twisted tighter with every turn. At one point, we found a set of prints in the sand. Human, small, barefoot. Riley crouched, touched them, looked at me. "Could they be ours?" she asked. I compared tread marks. "Not ours. Not boot prints. No," I said quietly. Maybe someone else got caught in the flood. But there hadn't been any other permitted groups in this sector that week. I knew because I'd signed the log myself. We followed the tracks for nearly half a mile, until they vanished at another junction. The canyon opened into a wide clearing littered with driftwood and stones. The pattern of debris told a story. Water had risen here fast, then dropped just as quickly. In the center of clearing stood a dead cottonwood tree, its trunk split clean by lightning. Around its base, something caught the light, a metal radio antenna bent and rusted. I knelt beside it. The model was older, probably a park ranger issue from years ago. The serial number tag was half corroded, but the last digits were legible: 47 CR. CR. My initials. I stared until the air seemed to thin. Riley's voice broke through. "What is it?" "Alt equipment," I said, pocketing the tag. "Probably washed down from the station." It was a lie, and I think she knew it. The rest of the day blurred into movement and heat. We found no more prints, no landmarks, only stone and sun. By dusk, the sky turned bruise, colored again, the smell of rain thick in the air. We climbed to a small rise to camp. The ground dry but littered with cracked clay flakes, sign of past floods. I anchored the tarp, checked the radio one last time. No response. The hum had returned, faint but continuous, like something under the earth had switched on. Marcus whispered, "You think they'll find us?" "They will," I said, though my voice barely carried. That night, lightning stitched the horizon. Between flashes, I thought I saw movement near the wash. A pale flicker, like moonlight reflecting off water, though the sky was dark. I turned on my headlamp and scanned the slope. Nothing, just red rock and shadow. When I finally lay down, exhaustion dragging me towards sleep, I caught one last sound through the hum, the faint, unmistakable click of a radio transmitter. 3 short bursts, then silence. I counted them under my breath. 3 clicks. Our distress code. But none of us had pressed the button. When I woke, the air was colder than it should have been for June. The tarp sagged under a film of damp dust, like it had rained without sound. Riley and Marcus were still asleep. The light had a gray cast, the kind that flattens everything into one dull plane. I got up quietly, needing distance from the camp and from that hum that had never really stopped. Down near the wash, the sand was rippled with new patterns. I knelt to study them. Fine lines, tight curves, like water had run there again overnight, though no clouds hung above. The prints from yesterday were gone. Again, I hiked a few hundred yards uphill, scanning for any landmark tall enough to climb. From the ridge I could see miles of nothing but layered red stone, the horizon trembling in the morning heat. Canyonlands has a way of looking infinite until it's suddenly not. Every path feels right until you reach its edge. The radio sat heavy on my hip. I tried the channel one more time. "Base, this is Reeves. 3 persons alive, low on water, off, road near dry riverbed. Request coordinates or signal confirmation static." Then, faintly, a tone, 3 short clicks. I froze. "Base." Confirm triple, click distress acknowledgement. Nothing followed. The line fell dead again. I turned off the radio. There's a point in every survival situation when you stop hoping for a voice and start listening for signs of yourself. My hands were trembling from dehydration. Lips split. When I closed my eyes, the inside of my lids glowed red from sun. Back at camp, Marcus was pacing. "We can't just keep walking in circles," he said. "There has to be a way out." "There is," I said. "We just haven't found it yet." Riley looked up from where she was tightening her boots. "Or it's found us." Her tone was quiet, not sarcastic. She hadn't slept either. We broke camp in silence and started north again, following the mesa ridge this time instead of the wash. My compass needle jittered slightly, then steadied. I chalked it up to mineral deposits in the rock. Hours passed. The land ahead shimmered. breaking into mirage shapes. I focused on a distant pillar formation, 3 spires like fingers pointing upward. It wasn't on my map, but it was something solid. We aimed for it. By the time we reached the base, the sun was brutal. The spires rose maybe 60 feet, eroded columns streaked with black desert varnish. Around them, the ground was pitted with small sinkholes where floodwater had once boiled through. I told the others to rest in the shade while I climbed partway up for a vantage point. The stone was warm, almost hot enough to burn palms. I moved carefully, wedging boots into cracks. When I reached the halfway ledge, I looked north and stopped breathing. In the distance, across what had to be miles of open desert, I could see a faint shimmer of metal. A roof. The Rangers' relay station, near the maze overlook, had a corrugated roof that caught sunlight exactly like that. Relief hit so fast it made me dizzy. I see it. I shouted down. Station, north by northeast. Riley and Marcus both looked up, faces brightening for the first time in days. We pushed hard that afternoon, angle after angle, the light sliding ahead of us, as if the day itself didn't want us catching up. But the station never seemed closer. The shimmer stayed fixed on the horizon, hovering like a mirage that refused to fade. By dusk, clouds began stacking again. Thin veils first, then bruised masses drifting from the west. I knew what that meant. Another storm. The smell of ozone came sharp and fast, metallic on the tongue. We needed shelter. The wash was suicide. I'd seen too many flash floods tear through without warning. I spotted a low opening in the rock wall. Probably an old flood channel widened by erosion. We crawled inside as the first lightning tore across the sky. Rain hit moments later, hammering the rock in solid sheets. Water hissed down the entrance, pooling at our feet. I used my pack as a barrier to keep it from soaking the gear. The thunder didn't echo. It rolled as if the entire canyon were hollow. Marcus muttered, "Feels like it's right under us." The ground vibrated faintly with each rumble. The hum returned too, deep and rhythmic, blending with the thunder until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Riley shone her flashlight along the walls. "Look at this," she whispered. The rock was carved smooth in places, as though something had scoured it. Not the jagged patterns of natural erosion, but long, even sweeps. When I brushed my hand across the surface, it felt polished, unnatural. I pulled the light back. "We'll wait out the storm and move at first light," I said. No one argued. We sat in the dark, water dripping steadily. My watch read 2:37 a.m. when I finally drifted into shallow sleep. I dreamed of running water and the sound of a transmitter clicking over and over. When I woke, it was daylight again. The storm had passed, leaving the air raw and clean. Outside, the wash was soaked but not flooded. The sand, though, had changed color, paler, smoother. No trace of our earlier prints. We resumed walking slower now. The shimmer of the metal roof was gone. The horizon lay empty. By late morning, Marcus stopped suddenly. "Look," he said. Ahead, half buried in silt, was a rusted radio casing, same make as mine, half crushed. I flipped it over. The label plate had the same numbers as the tag I'd found by the Cottonwood 47 CR. My initials again. I stared so long that Riley touched my arm. "Cole. Probably another Ranger unit," I said, though the words came hollow. "Floods scatter debris." But something in my gut said otherwise. We moved on until heat drove us to stop. I checked our bearings. North by northeast still, but the sun felt wrong, lower than it should be. I squinted, watching its angle against the canyon rim. Somehow it looked like late afternoon. My watch. Though read 11:03 a.m., Riley said. The lights off. I didn't answer. That was when we found the body. At first I thought it was driftwood, tangled at the base of a low ledge. But as we got closer, the shape resolved into fabric, bone, and something metallic glinting in the sand. He, or what was left of him, wore the same type of instructor vest issued to backcountry guides years ago. The name patch was Sun, bleached to white, unreadable. His pack lay beside him, straps torn. One of the pockets held a laminated permit sheet, edges fused together from moisture. I pried it open carefully. Permit number 47, CR. Issued to Cole Reeves. The air thinned around me. Riley took a step back. Marcus whispered something I didn't catch. I folded the paper shut. Old record, I said quietly. Maybe someone else used my number years ago. Neither of them believed me. I didn't either. We buried what was left under stones. It felt like a formality, not a kindness. Then we kept walking. By evening, the landscape had softened again into that same winding shape. Low canyon, curved walls, a sweep of red sand leading to the east. My throat went dry. Riley saw it too. No, she said, but yes. We were standing once more at Dry River Bend. This time the light caught the ground differently. The surface shimmered faintly, like thin water moving under glass. I crouched, touched it. Cool, damp. Beneath my fingers, something pulsed once, soft but definite, like the heartbeat of buried water. Marcus turned in a circle, voice rising.
We can't be here again.
We can't. Calm down, I said, though my voice shook. We'll climb out. Higher ground. Now. We scrambled up the southern wall, boots slipping on loose grit. Halfway up, a deep vibration rolled through the rock. Not thunder this time. Something deeper, steady, internal. My radio burst to life with a sharp crackle. Reeves, signal acquired. Hold position. Base, this is Reeves. Coordinates unknown, but we have visual of Dry River Bend. Repeat, we have visual. Copy. Stay put. Signal triangulated. Rescue. Static drowned the rest. I turned to the others. They've got us. They're coming. For the first time in days, I saw hope flicker in Riley's face. We sat there on the ledge, waiting, the sun sinking lower. Hours passed. No helicopter. No sound. The signal never returned. When the stars came out, the desert went black again. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke to voices. Low, clipped, distant. Shapes moved in the wash below, lights sweeping across the bend. Headlamps. I shouted.
Up here! We're up here!
My voice cracked the silence. No one looked up. The lights moved slowly, methodically, tracing the curve of the wash. Then I realized what I was seeing. 3 figures, not 2, walking where our camp had been. One of them carried a radio that blinked faint green. Riley grabbed my arm. Cole. Those are... I didn't let her finish. Because in the light that spilled across the sand, I saw the back of the figure nearest the center. Same vest. Same faded name patch. Same torn strap. Me. The headlamps passed behind a rock outcrop, and when they reappeared, the wash was empty. Just the dark bend, silent and clean. When dawn came, there were no footprints below, no sign of movement. Only the same dry, smooth curve of earth. We hiked out the next morning, or what felt like morning. Time had lost any clear shape. Eventually, the rock opened into a wider basin. I saw tire ruts etched faintly into the clay, old but real. Civilization's handwriting. I followed them until the horizon wavered again, and the world flattened to heat. They found us 2 days later. Rangers from Hans Flat, guided by faint locator blips from my beacon. Riley was delirious, Marcus nearly unconscious. I remember water splashing over my face, hands pulling me toward a truck. The medic asked how we'd survived the flood. I said I wasn't sure. Later, when they logged my report, one of the rangers frowned at the records. "Strange," he said. "Permit 47, CR was listed as expired 5 years ago. You sure that's your number?" I looked down at my wrist, where the laminated tag still hung from my compass strap. Faded blue ink 47 CR. "Yeah," I said. "I'm sure." He nodded slowly, typed it in, and didn't ask again. When I left the park hospital 2 days later, I checked the weatherboard near the entrance. The last recorded flash flood in that section of Canyonlands was dated June 12, 2018, exactly 5 years before our course began. Same road, same location, dry river bend, sometimes late at night. I still hear the hum through the floorboards of my house in Moab. It's faint, but steady, like water moving under stone. The radio I kept from that trip clicks on by itself now and then. Always 3 times. My name is Dana Wu, and I have been climbing in the Canadian Rockies for close to 12 years. I am 35 now, and I have seen enough of the range to understand that beauty and danger are often indistinguishable here. I have also learned that the mountains do not care how experienced you are. They test your judgment, your patience, and your willingness to admit fear. I tell this story not because I believe it is extraordinary, but because I still wake up remembering the sound of something metal shifting in the wind, and the heat of a stove that should have been cold. The trip was meant to be simple. I had 3 days off work in late September, that strange shoulder season when the peaks start dusting with snow, but the valleys are still muddy from the last thaw. My plan was to hike and climb a short route near Mount Robson Provincial Park, starting from the Berg Lake trailhead, then push toward one of the lesser used ridgelines north of the main route. I had done this solo style many times. I travel light, move early, and rely on habit more than bravado. The forecast was stable when I left Jasper early that morning, scattered clouds, freezing level around 2,000 meters. The kind of day where everything looks crisp and clean, the kind that makes you forget how fast it can all change. I parked my Subaru near the trailhead, signed the logbook, noted my return date for Sunday evening, and began the climb with a single 40-liter pack. I remember glancing at the other vehicles, 2 vans, a rental SUV, but nothing else stood out. By noon, I had covered most of the main trail. I veered west along a faint route used by climbers, heading to a minor summit called Kinney Ridge, where a few old shelters and bevy sites still linger from the 1970s. Most are in ruin, timber beams collapsed, aluminum roofs half, buried by snowmelt. They're unofficial structures patched together by generations of mountaineers, not by park services. I had planned to set up my own tent beside one, use the remaining roof as windbreak, and start an early ascent the next morning. The first sign that something was off came as I rounded a rocky corner near the tree line. A faint column of smoke was visible against the gray sky, thin, steady, too clean to be a wildfire. It rose from somewhere along the ridge, maybe half a kilometer away. I assumed another climber was camped ahead, and I felt relieved. Company in the backcountry always eases the nerves. Still, there was something strange about it. The park was quiet this late in the season, and I hadn't passed a single hiker on the approach. When I reached the site just before dusk, I saw the shelter. It was one of the old ones. A half-collapsed frame built from spruce logs, its roof sagging under the weight of years of snow. Someone had clearly been using it recently. A camp stove sat on a flat rock inside, still glowing faintly red beneath a small pot. A thin wisp of steam curled from it, carrying the metallic scent of instant soup. "Hello," I called out. My voice came back hollow. "Anyone here?" No reply. Only the sound of wind threading through the slats of the broken roof. I waited a few seconds, then stepped closer. The ground inside was packed with footprints, fish boot-sized, still crisp in the frost. A small sleeping pad lay unrolled in one corner beside a down jacket, gloves, and a pair of aluminum trekking poles. None of it looked abandoned. I placed my hand near the stove. The heat was real. Whoever had been here had left only minutes before. I looked around for movement. The ridge above was empty. No figures, no sound except the sigh of wind scraping through dry grass. I cupped my hands and called again. Nothing. Something about that silence pressed against my nerves. This wasn't the kind of silence that follows peace. It was the kind that holds its breath. I checked the gear again. The down jacket had a patch near the elbow with the brand logo cut off. The gloves were large, probably men's, and the trekking poles had been shortened unevenly, like someone had adjusted them in haste. Inside the small cooking pot was a thick orange broth, congealing. Whoever had started it must have expected to return soon. I hesitated before touching anything else. In the backcountry, it's unspoken etiquette not to interfere with someone's camp. But it was late, the temperature was dropping, and the presence of a warm stove meant there was fuel and maybe spare supplies. I decided to wait an hour. If the owner didn't come back by dark, I'd use part of the shelter and leave a note explaining it. As I unpacked, I noticed something else. A faint set of scuff marks in the dirt outside the door, dragging downslope toward the rocks. Not deep enough for a fall, but irregular, like someone had been moving fast and lost footing. I followed them about 20 meters down before they disappeared into scree. The sun had set fully by then, leaving a dull wash of blue light. The stove inside the shelter flickered lower, but the metal was still warm when I touched it again. My breath came out in plumes. The quiet deepened until I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I told myself whoever it was had gone to relieve themselves or collect water. Still, when 15 minutes turned into 30, and the sky turned black above the peaks, that excuse began to sound thinner. I checked the pot. The soup had started to gel into a skin. I added a few drops of water from my bottle and stirred without thinking, just to feel like I was maintaining order. Then I caught a smell, faint but unmistakable. Sweat and nylon. The scent of someone who's been exerting themselves hard. It drifted in from outside, carried by the breeze. I stepped to the doorway and scanned the dark. The moon hadn't risen yet, but the stars lit the snowfields faintly. Nothing moved. I waited another half hour. My watch read 8:40 p.m. The air was biting cold, maybe 3 WC. Finally, I unrolled my sleeping bag and decided to stay. I scribbled a short note on a page from my journal. Camped here tonight due to weather. Stove still active when I arrived. If this is your gear, I didn't touch anything else. Dana W. I placed the note under a rock beside the pot, extinguished the stove, and zipped myself into my bag. The shelter creaked occasionally, and a gust slipped through a crack near my shoulder. I kept my headlamp off to save battery. Sleep came in patches. Around midnight, I woke to what sounded like footsteps. Faint crunches of frost just outside the doorway. They paused, resumed, then stopped again. My hand went automatically to my pocket knife, though it felt almost absurd. I whispered, "Hello." The sound barely carried. No answer. For a long time I listened, waiting for breath, for a zipper, for any sign of human sound. But the wind resumed, and the noise blended back into it. Eventually, I must have drifted off again. At dawn, the ridge was bathed in pale orange light. Frost had rimed everything: the stove, my boots, the unzipped jacket still hanging from the beam. But the footprints from yesterday were nearly gone, glazed over by a thin crust of ice. I stepped outside, scanning the slopes. No new prints, no sign of movement anywhere. The strange thing was that the pot was empty. The water inside had been poured out, leaving a faint stain where it had cooled. My note was still there, unmoved. I walked about 50 meters down the slope, searching for any tracks I might have missed. Nothing. No campsite, no discarded gear, no hint of where the person could have gone. Only the shelter, half collapsed, standing against the cold morning wind. By mid-morning, I packed my things. I left the note where it was and started up toward the ridge to scout my route for the day. But I hadn't gone far before something caught my eye. A glint of metal farther upslope, near a scatter of rocks. I climbed toward it, thinking maybe it was part of the same person's equipment. It was a carabiner, half buried in frost. Beside it lay a torn piece of rope, cleanly cut. I stood there for a long time, trying to piece together what might have happened: a bad anchor, a rope snag, an injury forcing someone to leave gear behind. The simplest answer was that a climber had an accident and descended another way. But the stove still burning, the untouched sleeping pad, and the absence of any distress signal didn't fit that logic. As the sun climbed higher, the mountain seemed almost too bright, all white glare and silence. I realized how alone I was, how far from any radio reception. My chest tightened with that slow, creeping sense of unease that isn't quite fear yet, just awareness sharpened to a point. I decided to descend later that afternoon, instead of pushing for the summit. I'd leave a report with the park office, maybe flag the shelter in case the owner hadn't returned. Before leaving, I looked back one more time at the half-collapsed structure. The roof beams were casting thin shadows over the snow, and the stove inside was dull and lifeless again. That's when I noticed something new. Or maybe I'd simply missed it before. On the inside wall, scratched faintly into the timber, were 3 letters, almost invisible in the frost. W, my last name. And that was the moment I realized I was shaking, though I didn't yet know why. I stared at those letters for a long time, trying to make sense of them. The grooves were shallow, uneven, made by a knife or ice axe tip. It didn't look fresh. A thin dusting of frost had already settled into the cuts. Still, they were clear enough. W, my last name. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe another Wu had been through here years ago. It's not uncommon. The name isn't rare. Maybe it was coincidence. But the longer I stood there, the less convincing that explanation felt. The marks sat right at eye level, neat and deliberate, as if someone had paused long enough to make sure they'd be seen. I brushed my gloves against them, half expecting the wood to crumble. It didn't. The lines were solid, carved deep into the grain, I remember thinking, this is what happens when you're alone too long. You start seeing meaning in every shape, every sound. The brain doesn't like unanswered questions, so it writes stories. I forced myself to let it go. Packed up the last of my things, looped the rope coil through my harness, and began descending toward the main trail. The air had shifted. Wind from the west now, colder, carrying thin flakes of snow. The weather had turned faster than forecasted. The trail back down wasn't easy to follow. Overnight frost had glazed the rock slabs, and the ridge dropped into a maze of gullies that all looked the same from above. I moved cautiously, checking my GPS every half hour. Around 10 a.m., the clouds rolled in low and fast, swallowing the upper peaks. By noon, I'd lost sight of the valley floor entirely. Visibility maybe 50 meters. I decided to stop for lunch on a flat section near a cluster of stunted firs. While I boiled water for instant noodles, I kept replaying the scene in my head: the warm stove, the empty pot, the rope cut clean, and those initials. Every theory I came up with made less sense the longer I held on to it. If the person had been injured, there should have been blood or a signal marker. If they'd gone for help, they'd have taken the stove, or at least the jacket. And if they'd been in enough hurry to leave everything, they wouldn't have stopped to carve someone else's name into a wall. The simplest explanation, that it was coincidence, felt thinner by the minute. I ate quickly, packed up, and started again. An hour later, I crossed a small snow bridge over a meltwater gully. On the far side, I saw fresh footprints. My pulse jumped before my mind caught up. The tracks were human, boot trades, and not mine. They came from higher up the ridge, then curved downslope in the same direction I was heading. They looked maybe a few hours old. Edges sharp, not softened by snowfall. "Hey," I called, my voice catching the wind. Silence. I followed the tracks cautiously, keeping a hand on my trekking pole. The trail led along the slope for several hundred meters, then veered toward the tree line. That's where I saw it. A faint shape between the spruces, gray against white. A tarp shelter. Small, almost hidden. For a second, relief surged through me. Maybe the missing climber. Maybe they'd doubled back. But as I got closer, I realized the tarp wasn't standing. It had been half collapsed, one corner torn and fluttering in the wind. The footprints ended there. I crouched beside it. Inside were the remains of a bevy setup, a sleeping bag, a metal mug, and a folded topographic map weighed down by a rock. The sleeping bag was unzipped, empty, the fabric stiff with frost. I reached for the mug. It still smelled faintly of coffee. On the map, someone had circled 3 spots in red pencil. The first was the area around Kinney Ridge, where the shelter stood. The second was a point several kilometers north, along an old glacier road that hadn't been maintained for decades. The third circled an unlabeled valley farther east. No notes, no dates, just circles. And in the lower margin of the map, faint but legible, were the same initials again. WU. I folded the map carefully and slipped it into a plastic bag, more out of instinct than curiosity. Then I stepped back and scanned the slope again. The trees creaked with wind, and flakes of snow whipped sideways. I couldn't tell if I was imagining it, but it felt like the mountain had gone still. I decided not to linger. It wasn't fear exactly, more like the sense of trespass, like I was walking through someone else's unfinished story. I marked the coordinates on my GPS, then turned south toward the main trail. By late afternoon, The snow thickened into a steady fall. I dropped below the ridge line, where the wind eased, but the visibility was barely 20 meters. The slope was steep enough that each step sent loose shale sliding beneath my boots. At some point I lost the tracks and realized I'd veered too far east. The terrain grew unfamiliar. I checked my GPS, signal weak, coordinates flickering, and decided to bevy early before dark. I found a small overhang beside a boulder, rigged my tarp, and lit my stove for tea. The sound of the burner hissed steady and reassuring. I forced myself to focus on routine. Melt snow, boil water, eat, rest. The kind of rhythm that keeps panic from creeping in. Sometime after nightfall, I heard movement outside. Not footsteps exactly, more like something sliding across rock. A slow scrape, pause, scrape again. I switched off my headlamp, listening. The noise stopped. Then, faintly, a metallic clink, like metal brushing metal. It could have been a loose carabiner swinging in the wind. Or not. I waited a full minute before unzipping the tarp, just enough to look out. Nothing but blowing snow. My breath fogged the beam of my light. I told myself it was debris shifting. The kind of random sound that becomes enormous when you're alone. But when I turned the lamp toward my stove, the flame flickered low and died. Out of fuel. I didn't sleep much after that. The wind tore at the tarp most of the night. And every time I closed my eyes, I saw those carved letters again. The way they seemed to catch the light. By dawn, the world outside was white and silent, as if the mountain had been erased overnight. I broke camp fast and started descending again. The GPS was still unreliable, but I could tell by the slope I was close to connecting with the main valley. The snow lightened as I dropped altitude. Sometime around noon, I spotted another structure through the trees. Not a shelter this time, but a newer cabin. Small, made of dark timber, with a tin roof half covered in snow. The relief that hit me was almost physical. Park ranger cabins sometimes sit near old routes like these, unmanned but stocked for emergencies. When I reached it, the door was bolted but not locked. Inside, it was clean. Stacked firewood, a cot, a small desk, and a supply box labeled emergency use only. I exhaled, feeling something close to gratitude for the first time in 2 days. I lit the propane lantern, filled the kettle, and made coffee. The silence was heavy but comforting this time, like the mountain had let me back in. I spread the map I'd found across the desk and compared it to my GPS data. The second red circle, the glacier route north, was only a few kilometers from where I now sat. The third circle, farther east, was past the tree line entirely. It looked inaccessible by any standard path. I didn't know why I was still studying it. I should have been focused on getting down. But part of me couldn't stop turning it over, trying to understand what kind of plan those circles represented. That's when I noticed the logbook on the shelf. Ranger stations like this often keep one, for climbers to record routes or conditions. This one was slim, bound in dark green waterproof canvas. I opened to the latest entries. Most were weeks old. A couple of hikers from Jasper had signed in late August. Another team of 2 in early September. The last entry was dated September 23rd, just 2 days before my trip. The handwriting was precise, almost formal. Reached shelter near Kinney Ridge. Conditions deteriorating. Stove functional. Leaving note and map. If found, do not follow east route. W. I read it twice before the meaning settled. Same initials. Same shelter. And the warning. Do not follow east route. I sat there for a long time, the coffee cooling beside me, the lantern humming. Whoever had written that had been here just before me. Long enough to leave that shelter warm. Long enough to circle those places on the map. I checked the name log again. No full name, no contact information. Just WU. The wind picked up outside, rattling the tin roof in slow, rhythmic bursts. I found myself glancing at the door, half expecting someone to knock. They didn't. By dusk, the snow started again. I decided to stay the night in the cabin. It felt safer, enclosed, even if the sense of being watched hadn't entirely faded. I dried my boots by the stove, made another meal, and tried to write in my journal. But every time I started, my pen drifted to the same thought. If that note was theirs, where were they now? And if they'd warned not to follow the east route, why had they circled it at all? The wind tore through the cabin that night, like it was trying to test every seam. The roof popped with each gust, and snow hissed against the tin siding. I jammed a folded towel under the door to keep the draft out, but the cold found its way through anyway. I lay on the cot with my boots still on. Lamp turned low, eyes tracing the shadows that stretched and swayed across the ceiling. It was impossible to rest. My thoughts kept looping back to that last log entry. Reached shelter near Kinney Ridge. Stove functional. Leaving note and map. If found, do not follow east route. Whoever W was, they'd been rational, methodical. The kind of person who writes things down even under stress. I recognized that impulse. It's something you do when you've been in the backcountry long enough to know how easy it is to disappear. But they hadn't signed out. There were no follow-up entries, no ranger report, nothing. Just that final line. I must have dozed off sometime after midnight. When I woke again, it was because something small had shifted near the door. A dull clink, like a buckle brushing wood. I held my breath. The sound came again, softer. There's a peculiar stillness you feel when your body wants to move, but logic tells you to wait. I turned my head slowly toward the door. The lantern flickered once, then steadied. Nothing moved. I waited. The only sound left was the wind. Eventually, I convinced myself it was snow sloughing off the roof, or gear settling in the cold. When daylight came, the storm had broken. The world outside looked scrubbed clean. Every branch glazed white, the mountains clear and sharp again. I packed carefully, leaving the cabin just as I'd found it except for the logbook. Entry I added. Oct. 1 found shelter and note from previous climber signed WU. Descending to trailhead. Will report to rangers. Dana W. I paused before closing the book. A coincidence of names still unsettled me, but I didn't want to feed into it. The mountains already draw enough superstition. I stepped out into cold sunlight, strapped on my crampons, and began the descent. The snow had compacted overnight, making the first few kilometers easy. My plan was to reach the main trail by early afternoon and hit the trailhead before dark. About an hour down, I reached a narrow chute that curved toward the valley floor. The snow there was untouched, smooth, unbroken, a clean sheet of white. I just started across when I noticed a faint discoloration near the rocks ahead. Dark, irregular. I thought it might be shadow until I got closer. It was fabric, a section of blue nylon protruding from the snow. I knelt, brushed at it carefully with my gloves. The more I cleared, the clearer it became, a down jacket, half buried, frozen stiff. The same brand and color as the one I'd seen hanging in the shelter. I stepped back, scanning the slope. The snow surface was disturbed, A small depression, faint drag marks, leading a few meters downslope where it steepened sharply. My stomach dropped. I edged forward and peered over the lip. The gully below plunged maybe 15 meters into a tangle of rocks and ice. I didn't see anyone, but a collapsed trekking pole was jammed between two boulders halfway down. I stayed there a while, weighing what to do. I had no rope long enough for a safe descent, and no visual confirmation of a body. The snow had refrozen hard overnight. Any attempt to climb down alone would be reckless. Protocol said mark the coordinates, take photos if possible, and report immediately once safe. I pulled out my phone, no signal, of course, and marked the spot on GPS. The cold had already begun to bite through my gloves. When I finally turned to continue, I realized something else. Near my own boots, half hidden by blown snow, was another carabiner. Identical to the one I'd found near the shelter. This one, though, had been engraved. Tiny, precise letters along the spine, WU03. I turned it over in my hand, trying to feel the weight of it. My initials again. But this engraving looked old, worn down by use. The metal was scratched from years of climbing. My own gear, the set I'd bought a decade ago, carried a similar set of marks. I'd always stamped them with DW to avoid confusion on group climbs. This was the same habit, same precision, only different letters. I tucked the carabiner into my chest pocket and moved on. The descent grew steeper, the snow softening under the midday sun. I slipped once, catching myself on my axe, and cursed aloud just to break the silence. It echoed back faintly, dull against the peaks. By late afternoon, the tree line opened into the familiar valley near Berg Lake. Relief came fast and fierce. The kind that hits once you finally stop calculating risk and realize you're safe again. At the trailhead, a single Parks Canada truck sat idling. A ranger leaned against it, clipboard in hand, taking notes. He straightened when he saw me. Thought we might have to send someone up, he said. You're Dana Wu, right? Signed out for the Ridge route last Friday. Yeah, I said, breath fogging. Made it back. He nodded, then noticed my expression. Everything all right up there? I told him the short version. The shelter, the gear left behind, the note signed WU, the map with circles, and finally, the jacket I'd found buried near the chute. He listened carefully, eyes narrowing slightly at the repetition of the name. When I finished, he asked, "You said the last log entry was September 23rd. That's right." He flipped through a folder in his hand, pulled out a printout, scanned it. We had a missing climber report filed that same week. Male, early 40s. Solo ascent planned near Kinney Ridge. Name was William, or Bill, Wu. I didn't say anything for a moment, just nodded slowly, though the world seemed to shift slightly out of focus. They sent a team up when he didn't return. The ranger continued. Weather turned bad, search was limited. No trace found. We figured he'd been caught in an early snow. He paused, studying me. You said the stove was still warm. It was, I said quietly. Maybe an hour before I got there. He exhaled through his nose, the way people do when they're trying to file something away in their head. We'll go up again when the weather clears. Mark the coordinates for us. I handed over my GPS and watched as he copied the data. The air around us smelled faintly of diesel and snowmelt. After signing the incident report, I walked back to my car. The heater clicked on with a familiar hum, and for the first time in days, I felt the edges of normal life creeping back in. Radio static, the weight of the steering wheel, the dull ache in my shoulders. But I couldn't stop thinking about the chainlets that had brought me there. The initials. The warning not to follow east. The carabiner in my pocket. Back in Jasper, I checked into a small motel and spent the evening uploading photos and coordinates for the Rangers. I tried to read, to watch something, to pull my mind away from it. But fatigue only made the details sharper. At some point I unpacked the carabiner and placed it beside my own set on the table. The resemblance was uncanny. Same model, same year. Even the faint discoloration near the hinge from use. If someone had handed it to me on a climb, I wouldn't have noticed the difference. I thought about the probability of that. 2 climbers, same last name, same brand, same small habits. In another life, we might have met on a ridge somewhere, traded rude advice, joked about how the Rockies chew people up. Instead, all that connected us now was an empty shelter and a name carved into wood. A week later, a ranger called me. They'd gone up once the weather cleared. They'd found the jacket I described, the trekking pole, and a few pieces of scattered gear downslope. No body. Probably carried further down by meltwater, he said. We'll keep looking come spring. His tone was steady, procedural. For him, this was routine. Another story in a place full of them. For me, it didn't feel routine at all. I thanked him and hung up. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the sound from the cabin. That small metallic clink near the door. I told myself it was nothing. Gear shifting, wind, imagination. But it didn't fit with the timing. The storm outside had been too fierce for anything light to move. The next morning, I walked to the edge of town, where the mountains start rising again. Gray, immense, beautiful. I pulled the carabiner from my pocket, turned it in my hand until the engraving caught the sun. WU03. Maybe it wasn't mine to keep. Maybe it was just something the mountain had decided to return through me. I left it on a trail marker there, a small flash of metal among the frost, and started back down. As I walked, I realized the most unsettling part wasn't the coincidence of names or even the disappearance itself. It was that moment at the shelter, when I touched the stove and felt that impossible warmth, as if the person had just stepped away, and the quiet that followed. That particular quiet doesn't belong to ghosts or curses. It belongs to the living, right before something goes wrong. The mountains keep that silence well. My name is Tyler Grant, and I've spent most of my life chasing the kind of silence you only find where maps start lying. That's what drew me, and 3 friends, Noah, Carter, and Dylan, into the Wind River Range that week. We weren't amateurs. Between us, we had a decade of trail miles, dozens of nights under nylon, and enough misplaced confidence to make bad luck feel unlikely. Our plan was simple: a 4-day loop through a remote section of Shoshone National Forest, cutting through timberline meadows and tracing old logging trails that no one had probably touched in 20 years. We wanted quiet. We got it. Too much of it, in the end. We started from the trailhead near Brooks Lake. A chill September morning where your breath fogs, just enough to remind you that autumn up here doesn't wait for the calendar. The trail climbed through dense lodgepole pine and the kind of soft duff that hides your steps. We joked about bears, about bad freeze-dried dinners, about how no packed more batteries than food. He'd been our unofficial navigator ever since our first trip to the Tetons. He had that detail-oriented calm that made the rest of us lazy about checking maps. Carter was the opposite. Reckless, funny, always the first to suggest a shortcut. That wasn't one. Dylan was quieter. He took photos mostly of trees and patterns of light, the kind of stuff you only notice when you're patient. By late afternoon, the forest began thinning out. We reached a small meadow, bordered by pines that looked almost uniform in height, like someone had measured them before planting. It was unsettling in a way none of us wanted to admit. We made camp there anyway, setting tents side by side, and lit a small fire before dark. The sky turned lavender, then black. The night was colder than expected. I remember waking up once to the sound of wind moving through the trees. A low, steady hiss, like the forest was exhaling. Dylan stirred and muttered something about the sound being too even. Whatever that meant, I fell asleep again before asking. The next morning, the forest was still. No birds, no rustling, not even the usual chipmunk chatter. It should have been peaceful, but it felt staged, like the quiet was watching us. Noah was studying the topo map on his knee, tracing our path with a gloved finger. The trail we needed. An old route that looped west toward Timberline Creek. Wasn't visible from camp, so we decided to split up for a short recon. Carter grinned at the suggestion. Scout party time. Half hour each way. Whoever finds the creek first wins breakfast duty off. Noah frowned. We should stick together. These old paths, half of them are gone. The map's from 2004. It's just to find the line of the creek, I said. We'll stay within earshot. No hero moves. We agreed to pair off. Noah and Dylan went north toward a slope that looked like it might drop toward water. Carter and I headed south, following a barely visible deer path through thick undergrowth. The forest swallowed sound quickly. Within minutes, Noah's voice faded behind us, replaced by the muffled thump of our boots and the occasional crack of branches underfoot. Carter hummed under his breath as we walked. I tried to keep track of landmarks. A crooked pine, a fallen log, a mossy boulder shaped like a chair. But everything started to blend together. After 20 minutes, we hit a clearing that seemed almost circular, surrounded by pines spaced too evenly again. Their trunks formed a ring, the ground in the middle carpeted with old needles. Déjà vu, Carter said, frowning. Does this look like where we camped? Similar trees, maybe, but no tents, no footprints. Relax. Still, I checked the compass. The needle drifted lazily before settling north. Nothing wrong with it, but my gut didn't believe it. We found no sign of a creek, just dry ground and the faint smell of sap. When our 30 minutes were up, we turned back. That's when things went quiet again. Not the usual stillness of forest, but something more deliberate, like sound had been turned down. No wind, no birds. Even our footsteps seemed muffled. Hey, Carter said softly, hear that? Hear what? Exactly. We picked up pace, talking louder than needed. It took longer than expected to find the meadow again. Too long for the distance we'd walked. When we finally emerged into the clearing, the fire pit was cold. Noah and Dylan weren't back yet. Their pack still leaned against a log, maps spread beside them. They're probably taking the long road, I said, forcing calm. Let's wait. We did. An hour passed. The sky dimmed slightly, that kind of afternoon haze that hints at evening coming fast. No voices, no crunch of boots. Carter stood restless. We should go find them. We followed their trail north, easily visible. Two pairs of boot prints pressed into the soft dirt. Noah's slightly wider stride, Dylan's narrower step. The path wound uphill between trees, then flattened. We followed it another quarter-mile until it simply stopped. I don't mean faded or washed out. I mean it stopped. Both sets of footprints ended side by side in the dirt, like the two of them had been walking and just vanished mid-stride. There was no scuffing, no change in soil texture, no slide marks. The ground ahead was undisturbed. Carter let out a sharp laugh. They're messing with us. Classic Noah prank. Then where'd they go? I crouched, tracing a finger along the final boot print. The edges were crisp, freshly made. Beyond it, the dust was smooth. No prints, no animal tracks, no drag marks. Carter circled the area, scanning trees, calling their names. The forest gave nothing back. We searched until dusk, making wider and wider loops from the spot. I tried calling again, cupping my hands around my mouth. The echoes bounced strangely, returning from the wrong direction. Finally, we turned back. We left a marker at the site. Noah's red bandana tied to a branch, and hurried toward camp as shadows stretched long across the ground. The air had a metallic chill, the kind that sets teeth on edge. At camp, we lit a fire and laid out their gear, hoping they'd come back. Hours passed. The dark thickened until even the flames seemed to sink into it. Carter was jittery pacing. Maybe they got turned around. We'll find them tomorrow. Yeah, I said. Tomorrow. But my voice didn't sound sure. That night, I barely slept. Every small sound set my nerves twitching. The pop of pine sap in the fire, the creak of branches, the faint rustle that might have been wind or footsteps. At one point, I thought I heard someone whisper my name, but when I unzipped the tent, there was only the fire burning low. By dawn, the bandana was gone. We set out early, retracing our route to the place where the footprints had ended. Morning light made everything look clearer, less menacing. The bandana lay on the ground near the prints, untied, edges damp with dew. Carter looked pale. You tied that high up last night? I did. We tried following new routes, east first, then west. But each loop curved back to that same clearing ringed by evenly spaced pines. Once I thought I saw our own prints there already, but maybe it was imagination. By noon, we had to admit we were lost. The GPS wouldn't sync, no signal through the canopy. Compass worked. But every path we took north or south, back to familiar ground. Something's off, Carter said, wiping sweat from his neck. It's like this place folds in on itself. It's the terrain, I said. Dense forest, no landmarks. We're looping by mistake. We sat to rest, the quiet stretching again. I studied the prints at my feet, ours and theirs, overlapping slightly. That's when I noticed something small but wrong. The soil in the old prints wasn't drying out. Despite the sun and breeze, they stayed dark, damp, looking as if freshly made. I didn't mention it to Carter. When evening came, we tried to find our way back to camp, but somehow, the clearing with our tents wasn't there. Or maybe it was, but we missed it. The forest looked identical in every direction. We settled by a fallen log and built a small fire with what little fuel we had left. Carter was shaking his head slowly, staring into the flames. You think they fell in a sinkhole or something? One of those hidden ones with thin ground cover. Could be, I said. Could explain why the prints stop. He nodded, clinging to the theory. We'll search properly tomorrow. Go grid style. The fire crackled. Smoke drifted straight up, no wind. The smell of pine sap hung thick, almost sweet. I looked at the trees and realized they were all spaced evenly again, perfectly vertical, identical in girth. Carter must have noticed too, because he muttered, "Why are they so straight?" Neither of us had an answer. We stayed close to the fire, waiting for morning. Every so often, I thought I heard something between the pines. A soft thud, like a step that stopped whenever I turned my head. I told myself it was falling cones. Morning came slow, as if the light itself had second thought about crossing through the trees. I didn't remember falling asleep, but when I opened my eyes, the fire was cold, and the forest was silvered in early sun. Carter was already up, crouched beside the embers, turning the ashes with a stick. "No, and Dylan's still gone," he said quietly. His voice was rough, like he'd been awake all night. "We'll cover a bigger radius today." I told him, "Mark trees as we go, keep each other in sight." He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't really listening. His gaze kept drifting toward the tree line, where the pines stood in their two perfect rows. The air had a thin, sharp smell. Pine sap, cold soil, and something faintly metallic. We ate the last of our oatmeal and started walking, using bright strips of gear tape to mark our path. We stayed within shouting distance, sometimes talking just to fill the silence. Each time I paused to listen for Noah or Dylan, I heard nothing but the sound of my own breathing. The forest around us felt designed. The trunks rose at exact intervals, their spacing so regular it could have been measured. Every so often, I'd notice two pines, almost fused at the base, bark twisted where they'd grown too close. It gave the illusion that the forest had once been planted with purpose. By mid-morning, we found the clearing again, the one where both sets of prints ended. Our markers from yesterday were still there, the bandana, the scuffed soil, our boot prints looping around. The older prints, Noah's and Dylan's, still hadn't dried. When I pressed a fingertip into one, it felt damp, as if someone had stepped there minutes ago. Carter stared down at them. "I don't get it. The ground's bone, dry everywhere else. Maybe a spring underneath," I said automatically, though even as I said it, the explanation felt flimsy. He gave a short, bitter laugh. "Right. Underground spring that only exists under their boots." We argued about what to do next. He wanted to hike north until we hit the creek. I wanted to mark this spot properly, maybe leave a signal for rescuers. Eventually, we compromised. 15 minutes north, then backtrack. We didn't make it that far. 10 minutes into the climb, we came across a scatter of gear near the base of a tree. A torn map case, a black beanie, and Noah's water filter, still capped and half full. The ground around it was churned up, as if someone had slipped and tried to regain footing. Carter crouched beside it, his face draining of color. "This is theirs. Looks that way. No blood. No drag marks. Maybe they doubled back. Maybe they dropped this heading south." He gave me a look that said he didn't believe that. Neither did I. We followed the disturbed soil another few yards, then lost the trail. It ended at a slope of pine needles, so thick they swallowed any sign of movement. We called their names again and again, until the echoes started bouncing back wrong, hitting us from angles that didn't match where we'd yelled. That was when Carter started panicking. "Something's off with direction," he said. "Sound shouldn't move like that." "It's the canopy," I said. "Trees mess with acoustics." He wasn't convinced. "Then why do I keep hearing them behind us?" We turned in circles, scanning the forest. The light between trunks had that washed out quality of noon, but it didn't feel like time was moving normally. I checked my watch, nearly 100 p.m., but the second hand wasn't ticking, just frozen. I tapped the face. Nothing. Carter checked his. Dead too. Coincidence, I said. Maybe the batteries. He gave a hollow laugh. Sure. Both batteries? Same minute. We ate a silent lunch and decided to head south, back toward where we thought our camp was. But the forest had rearranged itself, or maybe we'd misjudged direction. Either way, after 40 minutes we came out into the same clearing again. Carter kicked at the dirt. We're walking in circles. I stared at the ground. Our own fresh prints led into the clearing from the north. Another pair. Older, slightly smaller. Cut in from the east, ending near the same spot. The air around the prints shimmered faintly, heat mirage style, though the day was cool. Carter's voice cracked. Those weren't there this morning. I didn't answer. I knelt and touched one of the newer impressions. The soil sank under my finger, soft and cold. Carter backed up, shaking his head. We have to go. I don't care where. Just out. We picked a direction, west this time, and pushed through until the trees began to thin. The forest floor sloped downward toward what looked like a dry stream. Relief hit hard. Running water meant orientation. Except when we got there, the stream wasn't a stream. It was a shallow depression filled with pine needles and the scattered remains of old branches. Bones of deer, maybe bleached white. A narrow line of smoke rose in the distance. I froze. You see that? I asked. Carter nodded slowly. Campfire. We hurried toward it, stumbling over roots, shouting Noah's name. The smoke grew thicker, then thinner, until it vanished completely as we broke through the trees. No fire. Just a small blackened circle of ash, still warm. Carter crouched beside it. Someone was here? Like minutes ago. He picked up a charred stick and sniffed it, wincing. Smells like pine resin. There were no footprints around the fire pit. The soil was undisturbed. Even the ash lay untouched, like it had burned clean. We sat down nearby out of ideas. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction. I kept thinking about the fact that we hadn't heard a single plane, a single distant car. Not even wind strong enough to move the branches. Carter finally said, maybe they're gone. Not dead. Just gone. I stared at him. Don't start that. He gave a weak smile. What, you think I'm losing it? I think we're tired and hungry. That's all. Then how do you explain the footprints? I didn't. We decided to head back before dark. This time, I used the compass constantly, checking our bearing every few steps. Still, when we reached the next clearing, the sight stopped me cold. Our camp. Same tents. Same fire pit. Same exact arrangement of logs. Except the tents were zipped and inside them were our packs. Everything looked untouched. Carter whispered, but we're miles away. How? I walked to my tent and unzipped it slowly. Inside, my sleeping bag was still unrolled. My headlamp lay exactly where I'd left it. Maybe we looped back, I said, though I couldn't remember ever seeing these particular trees around camp. Carter stood frozen, eyes fixed on something near the fire pit. Tyler, I followed his gaze. In the ash sat 2 mugs, Noah's and Dylan's, each half full of coffee. Steam still curled off the surface. I picked one up. It was warm. Carter took a step back. They were just here. The forest around us was dead quiet. We called their names again. but my voice sounded wrong, thin and distant, like I was shouting underwater. When the echo came back, it wasn't quite my tone. We left the mugs untouched and gathered gear, trying to move quickly. The forest seemed darker than it should have been. The sun already dipping, though it couldn't have been later than 4. Carter insisted we follow the GPS again. When he powered it on, the coordinates flickered nonsense, strings of zeros and question marks. He tossed it down, frustrated. "I don't get it," he said. "We should have hit the trail by now. We're only a few miles from the car. Maybe less. Then why do the trees keep looking the same?" I didn't have a reply. The sameness of the forest had started to erode my sense of distance. Each pine looked identical. Same bark, same shadow angles, same height. We made camp again as dusk settled. This time we built a larger fire. The crackle was a comfort, even though the smoke clung to us like damp fog. Carter was quieter than usual, staring into the flames, like he expected to see something inside. "If they're not found by morning," he said finally. We hiked straight south until we hit the highway. No more loops. Agreed. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure there was a straight line left to follow. We sat in silence for a long time. Then, from somewhere deep in the forest, came a faint sound. 2 sharp claps, like someone striking wood together. A pause. Then another pair. Carter's head snapped up. "You hear that?" I nodded. Could be them signaling. He grabbed his flashlight. "Let's go," I said. We don't know what direction it's coming from, but he was already moving, beam cutting through trunks. I followed, heart pounding. The clapping continued, always just ahead, leading us deeper. We walked fast, maybe 10 minutes, until the sound stopped abruptly. The forest closed in again. Carter swung his light around in wide arcs. The beam caught something on the ground, boot prints. 2 sets, ending side by side, and beside them a third mine. For a long moment, neither of us moved. The flashlight beam wavered between the prints, our breath white in the air. There they were, 2 sets ending where they always ended. Then a third pressed deeper, fresher. My boot tread, unmistakable. Carter whispered, "You've been here before." "No," I said, but it came out uncertain. "We just got here." He crouched, tracing the outline of the print with shaking fingers. "It's the same pattern. The same exact shape." The forest around us waited, heavy and listening. I felt the same static prickle on my skin that I'd felt when Noah and Dylan vanished. A pressure that wasn't sound but anticipation, like the moment before thunder. "Let's go back," I said. "Back where?" "We've been walking in circles since yesterday. Then we keep going until we don't." We started moving again, this time without talking. The flashlight cut through the trees, slicing shadows into strange angles. Every few steps, I checked behind us, half expecting to see someone following. Nothing, only the long rows of pines, identical and endless. After maybe 20 minutes, the ground began to slope. My thighs burned with the climb, and the light dimmed as the batteries started to go. Carter muttered under his breath, words I couldn't catch. "What?" I asked. He stopped walking. "You don't hear it." I listened. Nothing. Then, faint, rhythmic. A hollow knocking, like someone tapping on wood from far away. 2 beats. Pause, 2 beats again. "Could be a branch," I said. "It's timed," he whispered. "It's calling us. Don't make it something it isn't." He turned his light toward me, the beam harsh on my face. Then tell me what it is. I didn't have an answer. We pushed on until we reached another clearing. Smaller this time, with a dead fire pit in the center. The ashes were cold, but arranged around the circle were 3 stones. One blackened, one white, one gray. Too deliberate to be random. Carter crouched. They've been here. Maybe. He touched one of the stones, then flinched. It's warm. I leaned in. The gray one had a faint heat, like it had been sitting near fire hours ago. Someone's out here, I said. Carter straightened. You mean alive? Yeah, that word, alive, felt strange out loud. We sat by the stones, listening. The forest had gone perfectly still again. I tried to remember the way we'd come, but couldn't piece it together. When I finally stood, I realized the compass needle had stopped moving. Not spinning, stopped. Carter laughed without humor. Gwis were the next 2 footprints. I didn't answer. We kept walking, angling west by memory. The ground grew rockier, the pines sparser, and a pale strip of sky appeared through the canopy. Relief surged. Open terrain meant bearings. We broke through the tree line into what looked like an old logging road, overgrown with grass. I felt a flicker of hope. Trail, I said. Or trap, Carter muttered, but followed. The road twisted downhill and leveled near a dry creek bed. We stopped to drink. My water tasted like metal, but it was cold. Carter sat on a rock, shoulders sagging. I keep thinking we'll wake up back at the tents, he said. All of this will make sense again. It will. I told him, though I didn't believe it anymore. We rested, then followed the road until it split around a massive fallen pine. One path curved left, another right. I flipped a coin, literally, a quarter from my pocket, and it landed heads. Left, we followed it into thicker woods. The smell of smoke hit first. Faint, like a campfire hours old. Then, through the trees, I saw a glow. Finally, Carter said. But when we reached the source, it wasn't a camp. It was our fire pit again. The one from the first night. Same ring of stones, same log seating. The ashes looked fresh this time, still faintly red beneath the top layer. Carter kicked dirt over them. I'm done with this. He grabbed his pack and stomped toward the trees. I followed, not wanting to be left alone. After a few minutes, the forest began to close in again. Trunks packed tighter until our shoulders brushed bark. The light faded. Then I heard something, new voices. Faint at first, overlapping, like 2 recordings playing slightly out of sync. Kyler, one said. Carter, the other, whispered. I froze. The sound came from ahead, then behind, both. Carter spun around, face pale. That's Dylan? No, I said. No, it's not. But the voice called again, clearer this time. Tyler, over here. It sounded exactly like Noah. I started forward before I could think. Carter grabbed my sleeve. Don't. You know it's not right. What if they're not? The air felt charged, too still, too dense. I took another step, and the voices stopped. Silence pressed in like a physical thing. Then, faintly, a new sound. Slow footsteps, approaching through the pines. We backed up until our heels hit the edge of a fallen log. The footsteps stopped on the other side of the nearest tree. Who's there? I called. No answer. Carter raised his flashlight. The beam caught movement. A figure stepping half into view. A man, tall, in a red jacket. For one dizzying second, I thought it was Noah. Same build, same jacket color. Then the man turned, and the face wasn't Noah's. It wasn't anyone's. Just smooth skin where eyes and mouth should have been pale under the light. Carter swore and stumbled back. The figure stepped forward once, then dissolved into the dark, as if swallowed by shadow. The forest exploded with noise. Branches creaking, something crashing through brush. Then nothing. We ran. No direction, no thought. Just the instinct to move. I could hear Carter's breathing behind me, ragged and fast. We didn't stop until we hit another clearing. This one wider, moonlight spilling in silver sheets across the ground. I dropped to my knees, gasping. Carter staggered beside me, looking around wildly. "We can't stay here," he said, but we couldn't move either. My legs trembled too hard to stand. We sat in silence until the adrenaline burned out. Then Carter said, "If we make it out, we don't tell anyone about that." I nodded. Eventually, exhaustion took over. I must have drifted because when I opened my eyes again, dawn was breaking. The light was soft and gray. Carter was gone. At first, I thought he'd gone to scout or gather water. But his pack was still there, along with his flashlight, switched off. I called his name until my voice cracked. No answer. The only sound was the wind finally returning, threading through the pines. For the first time in days, the forest felt alive again. I stood and looked around. The ground around the fire pit, because somehow there was one again, was covered in prints. Mine, Carter's, Noah's, Dylan's. All overlapping, all ending in the same place. That was when I realized the trees around me had changed. They weren't perfectly spaced anymore. Some leaned, some twisted, like real forest again. The symmetry was broken. I took one last look at the prints, then started walking east. Keeping the rising sun to my left, I walked until my legs shook, until the air grew thin, and the trees thinned into meadow. When I finally saw the ranger truck, parked by the trailhead, I almost couldn't believe it. They found me 2 hours later, sitting beside it, shivering and dehydrated. The search teams went out for the others that afternoon. For 2 weeks, they combed the forest. Dogs, drones, even thermal imaging. Nothing. No sign of Noah or Carter. When they asked where I'd last seen them, I said, "Between the pines." The ranger gave me a long, puzzled look. "That's a big place to point," he said. I told him it wasn't, because when we retraced my steps, I found the spot easily. The clearing with the circular ring of trees. The place where all the prints ended. Except this time, there were 4 sets. Mine was the last one. And just like before, they stopped mid-step. No scuff, no slide, just gone. The ranger crouched beside them, frowning. "Weird ground here," he said. "Soft like it's hollow underneath." He pressed his boot beside mine, and the soil gave slightly, sinking an inch, maybe 2. Could be old animal burrow or erosion. I didn't reply. The air smelled like pine sap and smoke again. I turned away, pretending to adjust my pack. And when I looked back, the ranger had stepped forward to take a photo. His print ended beside the others. He was standing half a foot away from me. I blinked, and then he wasn't. No sound, no fall, just absence. The camera dropped from his hand and hit the dirt. Still recording. They told me. Later I must have been in shock when I walked back alone. They found the footage, my voice calling his name, over and over, to nothing. The official report said the ground collapsed under him. Though no sinkhole was found, they closed the area for safety. The prints, they said, were disturbed by rain. I know what I saw. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I see that pattern again. The perfect spacing of trunks, the soft ring of pine needles, the soil that never dries. And sometimes, when I dream, I see new prints appear beside mine, always ending in the same spot, always side by side. My name is Aaron Tate, 36 years old, certified wilderness first responder. And for the past 7 winters, I've guided avalanche safety workshops across Alaska's interior. The backcountry has a way of sorting people. Some are drawn by its silence, some by its danger. I used to think I came for both. But that was before the Denali trip that ended any certainty I had about why I kept going back. We started from the Stampede trailhead under a thin, blue sky that looked brittle enough to crack. My partner, Josh Keller, was the kind of climber who believed maps were suggestions with altitude lines. He carried himself like a man who had outwalked every mistake. We'd been hired to lead a 2-day refresher for a small team of biologists mapping snowpack layers along the Taklak River corridor. Straightforward route, low risk. The kind of trip you take to remind yourself that winter isn't always trying to kill you. By midday, the temperature had dropped 10 degrees. Wind moved in off the Alaska range, curling over the spruce tops like smoke. We just cleared a ridgeline above the Sanctuary River when the first flurry started. Josh joked that Denali liked to test commitment, and we kept going, watching the gray swallow the horizon. When you spend enough time in avalanche country, you learn to listen differently. Not to words, but to pressure. The way the snow sighs underfoot or goes hollow. That afternoon the tone changed. Every step landed with a drumbeat echo that told me the base layer was weak. I stopped, probed the slope with my pole, and felt that faint give, a tremor just under the crust. "Josh," I called, "we need to angle left." "This slab's loaded." He looked back, grinning through his ice-rimmed beard. "You're getting jumpy, Tate." "It's fine." I wanted to argue. But the snow thickened, and visibility dropped to 20 feet, then 10. In that muffled white, voices lost their edges. He was a dark blur ahead, then nothing at all. I shouted his name, but the storm ate the sound. Then came the low, concussive whoomp. The kind that silences everything for half a second before gravity answers back. I threw myself flat as the slope fractured downslope. The surface cracked like glass around me. A rumble built beneath, deep as thunder under ice. Thin motion, fast, fluid, unstoppable. The snow took me, time dilated into noise and cold. I remember trying to swim, to stay above the churning white. A tree flashed past, my pack tore away, air vanished. When the snow finally settled, it was like being sealed inside stone. I don't know how long I was under. A minute. 2. My brain counted heartbeats until they blurred. I managed to clear a pocket near my face with one mitten, enough to gasp in air that smelled like dust and cold iron. My left arm was pinned, but the beacon on my chest was still flashing its slow green pulse. Alive. Training took over. I waited to hear Josh's transceiver ping back. The reassuring double, beep that says someone's out there digging for you. Nothing. Only wind above the surface, dull and distant. I dug with my free hand until my glove shredded. When I finally broke through, the gray daylight hit like a flare. The slope below was a ruin of shattered cornices and debris fields stretching into the valley. Josh's bright orange pack should have been visible anywhere in that mess, but all I saw was white. I crawled out, shaking, and triggered my beacon to search mode. Static first, then the soft, rhythmic tone of another signal. Close. Too close. The receiver read 10 meters. "Josh!" I yelled into the wind. The mountains didn't answer. I followed the beeping downhill, moving on my knees, sweeping the transceiver side to side. The tone sharpened. 8 meters, 5. The snow under me had already begun to settle into a crust. I marked the spot with my pole and started to dig. Each scoop came up heavy, the shovel handle biting into my raw palms. At 3 feet down, I hit something solid. Not plastic, not gear. Something soft under frozen layers. I scraped carefully, revealing the black fabric of a jacket sleeve. Relief flooded through me until I saw the wrong color. Dark gray, not the red shell Josh wore. The hand that emerged was pale blue, stiff at the knuckles. For a long moment I just stared. Then the rational part of my brain kicked back in. People disappear in these ranges every year. Snow shifts, bodies travel miles. Maybe I'd uncovered someone from another season. Someone whose beacon had stayed active through the freeze-thaw cycles. Still, the battery life didn't make sense. No transceiver I knew could last more than a month in sub-zero temperatures. This one was steady, strong, newer than the model I carried. I brushed more snow away and uncovered the beacon itself, clipped to the body's harness. The screen glowed faintly. Same make as ours, same frequency band. Josh's, but the face beneath the ice wasn't his. I sat back hard, lungs scraping for air. The man looked mid-40s, beard gone silver, eyes half, open and rimmed with frost. His expression wasn't panic, more like disbelief caught mid-breath. The beacon light pulsed against his chest, casting weak green over the snow. I shut it off. The storm had eased to a whisper. I could hear small avalanches collapsing far off the ridge, a chain reaction tapering into silence. My gloves were soaked, fingers numb. I marked the site with 2 poles crossed over the pit and scanned for any other signals. Nothing. Josh's beacon, if it was still transmitting, wasn't in range. I radioed base camp, though I doubted the signal would reach. This is Tate, Sector 7. Partial burial, 1 deceased, partner unlocated. Requesting relay if anyone copies. Only static. Denali is huge in a way that defies maps. The valleys look walkable until you're in them. Then every mile stretches twice as long. I decided to dig out enough to check for ID before moving downslope to higher ground, where I might get reception. The wallet I found was frozen to the man's inner pocket. I thought it with my breath, pried it open. The license inside was from Anchorage. Name: Joseph Keller. I froze. I read it again, slower this time, tracing each letter as if my eyes were broken. Joseph Keller. Josh's full name. The same as the man I'd come here with. But this face, older, heavier, different gear, wasn't him. I looked back up the slope where my partner had vanished. White ridges, untouched except for my own drag marks. Something in my chest shifted, a cold heavier than the snow. I sealed the wallet, clipped the beacon to my harness, and stood. Maybe it was a freak coincidence. Common name, shared profession. Maybe the cold was scrambling my thinking. I told myself that. Repeated it until the words sounded mechanical. Still, as I started down toward the valley floor, I kept hearing that faint metallic scrape behind me. Like a shovel biting into packed snow, steady, measured, never pausing long enough for me to pinpoint where it came from. The sound followed until dusk. At camp, I built a quick shelter from the sled tarp and melted snow for water. The beacon I'd found lay beside the stove, its screen dark now. My gloves smoked on the burner. I stared out through the small opening in the tarp at the slope above. The crossed poles marking the burial site were gone. In their place, half, Buried in new snow stood a single shovel. Its blade was clean. I didn't sleep that night. I kept my headlamp on low and my transceiver running in scan mode. The signal that answered around 3 a.m. came from the ridge above, faint, pulsing at irregular intervals. Josh's frequency. I layered up, clipped the beacon to my chest, and stepped out. The snow had hardened under the cold snap, moonlight turning every ridge silver. The wind had stopped. The quiet felt wrong, too complete, like a pause in someone else's breath. Each step uphill brought the tone sharper. 50 meters. 20. The slope leveled into a narrow plateau overlooking the valley. The signal maxed out there, but I couldn't see anything. No gear, no tracks, just an expanse of wind-edged snow under starlight. Then, faintly from below the surface, came the sound of shovels. Not one, but several. Scraping in sync, slow, deliberate, metal on ice. I dropped to my knees, pressed my glove to the ground. The vibrations were real. Close. When I looked back toward camp, my own trail of footprints had already begun to fill. At first, I thought it was the echo of my heartbeat. Snow can carry sound in strange ways. What feels near is often miles off. But these weren't echoes. They were deliberate, even unhurried. The rhythm of work, not panic. I tried calling out.
Josh!
The word cracked in the air, sharp as a rifle shot. The shoveling stopped instantly, and that silence, that absolute pause, was somehow worse than the sound itself. The slope around me held its breath. I felt the weight of the mountain pressing down, as though it too were listening. Then came a final scrape, a thud, and quiet again. Nothing moved. My headlamp beam swept across the snow, catching small swirls of ice dust rising and falling like breath. I forced myself to move, marking each step carefully, checking my receiver every few meters. The signal bounced irregularly, sometimes dropping to 0, then flaring to full strength, as if the source was moving underground. When I reached the spot, the surface was perfectly smooth. No depressions, no cracks, no sign of a collapse or a dig site. I crouched, dug with my shovel in short bursts, but hit only dense crust after crust. The tone on the receiver faded, then returned from several yards upslope. It didn't make sense. Beacons don't drift. The cold had turned dry and metallic. Every breath stung. I decided to retreat, mark the coordinates, and wait until daylight for a full probe sweep. Logic was my last lifeline out there. If I let fear choose the sequence of thoughts, the mountain would eat me alive. Halfway back to camp, the signal blinked again, now directly behind me. I swung around fast, light cutting across empty snow. No movement. The only thing standing was that same lone shovel I'd found earlier, now closer, maybe 10 feet from where I'd left it. Its handle was half buried, blade tilted toward me like a question. I tried to remember if I'd moved it myself. Maybe when I left camp. No. I'd left it upright beside the stove tarp, I was sure of it. The rational voice in my head whispered fraud, shifting layers. It had slid downhill. Perfectly plausible. Except the blade was facing uphill. I didn't touch it. When I reached camp again, my breath came fast and shallow. I forced my hands to steady enough to make tea from melted snow. It tasted like metal and ash. I logged the time, 045112, and switched off my beacon to save battery. The silence was total now, as if the night itself had stopped exhaling. Dawn came pale and reluctant. The peaks glowed dull rose, clouds stacked low like walls. I packed fast, strapping my beacon, gear, and the second transceiver, the one from the corpse, onto my harness. Whatever had happened, I needed to get back to base. The nearest ranger station was 15 miles south near Wonder Lake. I could make it in a day if the snow held. I left camp tidy, though something about folding the tarp felt wrong, almost disrespectful, as if I were erasing proof that I'd ever been there. By noon, I dropped into a broad basin of wind-carved snowfields. The signal from the ridge had gone silent hours earlier. I almost convinced myself it had all been stress and exhaustion. That the mind, when pressed by survival, invents patterns the way thirsty people see mirages. Then the receiver started beeping again. A steady tone, faint but distinct. I froze, lifted the device. Distance 18 meters. Direction ahead, I scanned the slope. Nothing but sunlight and ice. The beeping quickened, pulling me toward a small drift against the base of a rock outcrop. I approached carefully, remembering the body from yesterday, the cold weight of that wrong face. The shovel lay there half buried in the drift. Same model, same black grip, only this one had initials burned into the handle ET. My throat closed. I hadn't marked mine like that, but Josh had once branded the handles of our tools before a long expedition, joking about making them heirlooms. That was 3 winters ago. I hadn't used those shovels since. The drift shifted. Not wind, something moving beneath it. Slow, muffled. I raised my radio again. Base, this is Aaron Tate. I've located another signal. Request relay confirmation. Over. Static. Only static. I dropped to one knee, set the receiver beside me, and started to dig. A small patch of snow rose like a bubble, then burst outward. I jerked back. From the hole, a hand emerged. Bare, waxy white, fingers cracked at the joints. It wasn't moving, but the way it looked, extended, as if reaching toward where I'd been kneeling, made my chest go tight. I brushed snow away, expecting to see the rest of the body underneath. Instead, the hand ended at the wrist. No arm, no blood. Just an old break, clean and blackened by frost. The beacon beside me gave a single sharp ping, then went dead. I covered the hand again fast, not even sure why. Instinct, maybe. Burial feels safer than exposure. Then I turned and started walking south. No looking back. The terrain steepened into a long slope shadowed by spruce. My breath fogged heavy. Every few minutes I caught sounds that weren't wind. The faint clink of metal, as if someone was assembling gear nearby. I stopped once, cupped my hands around my mouth, and shouted again. Josh, if that's you, answer me. This time something did. From somewhere far downslope, a voice rose, faint, strained, and almost flat in tone. Rin, here. It sounded like him. Mostly. I ran. Every sensible thought in my head tried to stop me, but my legs kept going. When you've lost someone in the snow, the call of a living voice hits like oxygen. I found footprints first, fresh, sharp-edged, male boot size. They wound through the trees toward a shallow depression half, covered by wind-scarred snow. The shovel marks around it were deep, frantic. I skidded to a stop, fell to my knees. The pit was empty. No body, no gear, no trace except the snow pressed flat where something heavy had rested. A small object lay in the center, a silver carabiner, the same brand Josh used. I picked it up. His initials were etched faintly into the metal. The footprints around the pit overlapped in circles, like whoever had been there couldn't decide which way to go. They led off in 3 directions, then doubled back. When I followed one set downhill, it abruptly stopped mid-step. No drag, no collapse, no sign of falling through. Just ended. The radio hissed. I raised it. Aaron. The voice again, clearer now, layered with wind. You found him. I froze. Josh, where are you? A pause. Behind. I turned. No one there. Only my own trail leading back up the slope. And halfway along it, new shovel marks crossing over mine. I tried to speak, but nothing came out. My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the radio. The rational part of me, small and stubborn, started counting facts: altitude, temperature, exhaustion. Auditory hallucination is common in hypothermia. Maybe I was slipping. But when I lifted the receiver again, it wasn't static I heard. It was breathing. Slow. Close enough that I could hear frost breaking between teeth. Stop digging, the voice whispered. Something in me snapped. I hurled the radio downslope, grabbed my pack, and ran until the trees thinned. I didn't care about direction anymore, only distance. By evening, I reached a frozen creek valley. I set camp again. Quick, mechanical movements. I didn't bother lighting the stove. Just huddled inside the tarp and stared at the pale strip of sky. My body ached. My mind kept looping that one phrase. You found him. Before sleep finally took me, I heard it again. The distant sound of shovels. Only this time it wasn't from the ridge. It came from directly beneath my tent floor. I lay there, every muscle locked, listening as the scraping rose and fell in rhythm with my heartbeat. When the first blow struck the ground under me, a dull, deliberate thud, I realized they weren't digging toward something. They were digging up. I don't remember deciding to move. Just the shock of cold air when I ripped open the tent flap and stumbled into the night. My boots skidded on ice. Behind me, the tarp collapsed in on itself, folding like a lung deflating. The noise under the snow stopped the moment I stood. I stayed frozen for a long minute, breathing clouds into the dark. Denali's ridgelines were silhouettes against a navy sky. A faint aurora shimmered above the horizon, pale green curtains barely visible through the drifting snow. Beautiful. In the wrong way, like something you shouldn't be allowed to look at while you're still alive. I waited for more movement. Nothing, no digging. No breath, no sound. Just that endless mountain stillness that always feels like it's watching. When I dared to look back at the tent, the floor had buckled upward from underneath. A slow, soft rise, maybe an inch. Like something beneath the snow pressing its way toward the surface. I turned and ran. My beacon screen glowed weakly as I stumbled through the spruce belt, its numbers flickering. 10 meters, 6, 3. Like it couldn't decide which direction the signal came from. The snow had gone glassy with cold, squeaking under my steps. I couldn't stop hearing that rhythm, the metal drag and thud, even though the night was still. By dawn, I reached a ridge that opened onto a valley I didn't recognize. I'd lost the trail and, with it, every illusion of control. My compass spun lazily, needle twitching like it was caught between poles. I found a half-collapsed shelter tucked under a drift of ice, glazed boulders. Probably a temporary cache from past survey teams. I crawled in, unrolled the emergency blanket, and sat with my back against the wall. The sound followed. Faint at first, like memory. Then clearer, closer. A single shovel blade cutting through some crust with patient precision. Scrape. Thud. Scrape. Thud. I gripped my transceiver. If anyone can hear this, I said, voice shaking harder than I meant. This is Aaron Tate. Stampede sector, north of Toklat corridor. I need extraction. My partner is missing. There's someone else out here. Static filled the speaker. Then, faintly, another voice. Aaron. It was Josh again. Or it was something using his voice. You shouldn't have dug. I pressed the transmit key hard enough to hurt. Josh, where are you? The voice was calm, almost conversational. You found what I left. The beacon tone began pulsing again. Stronger this time. I checked the display, distance 4 meters. Direction arrow pointing straight through the wall of the shelter. I turned my light toward the snow-packed wall. It looked solid, seamless. The shovel marks on the outside could have been years old. Wind scored. But as I stared, I swore I saw the faintest indentation swell outward, like something inside the drift breathing. I crawled backward fast, hitting the opposite wall. My pack fell open, scattering gear first, aid kit, notebook, the beacon I'd taken from the dead man. Its light had come back on. The 2 transceivers started pulsing in sync. That rhythm, the same one I'd heard under the snow. They beeped together once, then alternated like a heartbeat split in 2. I snapped. I shouted at the snow, at the voice, at the whole indifferent mountain. What do you want from me? The sound of shovels answered. This time, they weren't muffled. They were inside the shelter. I swung the light toward the sound. Snow fell inward from the wall, flaking like dry plaster. A hollow formed, wide enough for a head, then shoulders. I could see what looked like fabric, red nylon, same color as Josh's jacket, pressed against the inside of the drift. Josh, my voice cracked. A face emerged next, frozen skin gray-blue. Beard rhymed with frost. It looked like him. It was him. But the eyes were open, unblinking, fixed on me as though he'd been buried there waiting. I crawled forward despite every screaming instinct not to. The rational part of me needed proof. Needed to know what I was seeing. The light reflected off something metallic near his chest. A beacon, still flashing green. The same signal I'd been following all night. Josh, I whispered. I found you. His mouth moved. Not wide, not animated. Just a twitch, lips cracking apart as if remembering how. And then a sound came out, dry and low, like the air itself shaping words. Don't dig. The snow around him shifted again. Another arm pushed through, then another, farther down, smaller hands clawing outward. Faces, not dozens, hundreds. Each pale, half-formed, wearing fragments of fabric and gear from seasons long past. Guides, climbers, rangers, maybe. All of them silent except for the shoveling, that somehow came from nowhere and everywhere. I stumbled back out of the shelter, tripping over the pack. The 2 beacons were screaming now, overlapping tones warping into a single shrill wail. The snow beneath my boots felt hollow, paper thin over something cavernous. Then it gave way. I dropped through darkness. The fall wasn't far, maybe 10 feet, but I landed hard enough to knock the breath out of me. My light hit the snow and spun, its beam cutting through a chamber beneath the drift. I wasn't the first person here. Shovels, dozens of them, were buried upright along the perimeter, handles jutting like grave markers. Old packs hung from ice, crusted hooks in the wall. And in the center, a mound of snow shaped like a human body, too smooth, too deliberate. I crawled toward it. Something in me couldn't stop. The mound wasn't solid. The top layer was soft, almost recently disturbed. I reached out with a trembling hand and brushed away the surface. Beneath it, I saw red nylon. Josh's jacket, but inside it wasn't him. It was me. Or rather, it looked like me. Same face, same hair. Eyes half open, frost on the lashes. A perfect frozen reflection. The beacon clipped to the harness was mine too, blinking its green pulse slow and steady. For a long time I couldn't move. The world narrowed to that light. Every part of me understood something fundamental had gone wrong. Not with the mountain, not with time, but with whatever thread separates memory from presence. Behind me, the sound of shovels began again. Not frantic, not threatening. Just work. Patient, rhythmic work. I looked up. Figures were stepping out from the walls of the chamber, snow cascading off their shoulders like sand. Their faces were indistinct, blurred by frost and shadow, but their movements were human, organized, purposeful. Each held a shovel. They surrounded the mound, forming a slow circle. I expected them to look at me. They didn't. They looked at her, the frozen version of me on the ground. One by one, they lowered their shovels and began to dig again, layering snow back over the body. It was a burial, calm, methodical. I tried to scream, but no sound came. The air felt too thick, pressing down my throat. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was one of the figures turning slightly, face catching the light just enough for me to recognize the beard, the line of his jaw. Josh. When I woke, sunlight was filtering through thin clouds. I was lying on the surface of the ridge, half buried but alive. My pack was beside me. My beacon was dark. The snow where the shelter had been was smooth, untouched, no sign of collapse or footprints. For a while, I didn't move. The quiet was too complete again, the same wrong quiet that had followed me since the avalanche. I finally managed to stand. My legs shook but held. South was still somewhere out there, and base camp, and people who might still believe in things like explanations. I started walking. After an hour, I found a line of shovel handles sticking out of the snow along the ridge. 8 of them, evenly spaced, freshly placed. The wood was unweathered, still warm where sunlight touched it. The last one had initials burned into the handle ET. I left it there. I didn't run this time. There's no point running from something that already knows where you'll stop. When I reached the tree line, I looked back one last time. The ridge was empty, the shovels gone. The wind moved across the snow, whispering in a rhythm I'd come to know too well. Scrape. Thud. Scrape. Thud. It followed me all the way down to the valley, soft, steady, patient. And every so often, when I pause now on quiet nights, I swear I can still hear it, the sound of shovels,